Good morning, Europe. Good day, world. Welcome to Selection Days. Today is the second day. I want to welcome everybody who's joining from yesterday and as well, of course, the brand new wave of mentors, investors, experts, everybody from our ecosystem who's joining for our second day of pitches. And especially, of course, I want to thank the startups. Thank you to the startups who are joining today, who are going to give their amazing pitches and presentations for us, mentors and jury. Now, today, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Giovanni Vaccari. I'm the Managing Director of Startup Bootcamp Netherlands, and I'm joined today by my dear colleague Sabina Basarayeva, Head of Global Relations and Startup Growth. And we're gonna guide you through how these days are gonna go. But we are coming fresh from a day full of AI and Web3. That was yesterday, and I mean, how are you, Sabina?
Oh, well, not only it was really inspiring, but for me personally, it was even quite emotional because, of course, we saw them pitching for the very first time to a startup growth team, some without slides, over the phone, just sharing something about their startup, and now we could see them on the full screen, so ready. So I already know that the selection will be so difficult.
I know, and it's beautiful to see as well how much they want it, right? How much they want to change the world, how much they believe in their startups, and this is the energy, right? This is why we do what we do. This is what we're here to do, and this is why we believe that indeed innovation will save the world. Now, today is day 2 of a whole 3-day adventure, and I want to know, Sabina, do you want to give a little introduction as well to the people who are joining today for the first time?
Absolutely. So over the 3 days, we will meet 60 visionary founders from all over the world. So AI and Web3, that was yesterday, today's DeepTech and Robotics, and tomorrow's Food and Agri-Tech. Well, as we said, yesterday was already very inspiring with 20 startups pitching for only 10 spots in AI and Web3 Accelerator. Again, tough. And one surprise startup yesterday pitching for DeepTech and Robotics. So I'm fully ready to meet the founders of today. Now, after they pitch in this room and we listen to their pitches, ask questions, I will tell you in just a minute how you can influence also and help us choose the best of the best. But after all of that, the startups will face their ultimate challenge, which is pitching in front of Startup Bootcamp Investment Committee.
Indeed. And after they do that, we're going to collect all the data from the investment committee, from the selection committee, from mentors, from investors, from you. And we are going to select the top 10 startups of today, of yesterday, and of tomorrow. And on Friday at 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, live from Amsterdam, we will announce the top 30 teams that got selected into the next cycle of accelerator programs here in Amsterdam. Now, another reminder that these are Bold 2 programs and they are available for investors worldwide to invest via the stock exchange. If you have any questions about that, leave your email on the comment box next to this video. Now to today's focus. Today's focus is deep tech and robotics. We are getting ready to meet some exciting teams that are going to show you how they aim to change the world in the domain of deep tech and robotics. We're going to meet a few first founders in the morning and we're going to have a quick break during lunch and we're coming back at 1:45 p.m. again Central European Summer Time for another round of visionary pitches. So we're going to have 2 rounds of pitches and we can't wait for you to join us and you can participate.
So, let me tell you a bit more how you can help us choose the best of the best for our cohort. Reminder, only 10 spots among 20 pitching startups. So you can do that through Matching Stars. This is our web app, and by now you should have all received the instructions on how to get onboarded, walk through the app. However, in case you haven't received anything or you still have any questions or issues, just drop your email in the Q&A box next to the player. The team will get it sorted. Now, in the meantime, let's watch our CTO, Mark Yalama, going through the Matching Stars and how you can directly contribute to this selection day.
Dear mentors, welcome to Matching Stars. In the next close to 3 minutes, I will explain how to log into Matching Stars, how to see the startups per day that will pitch, what the information is that they have uploaded, also how you can leave your comment and remarks per startup, and last but not least, how to edit your profile. First of all, you can go to matchingstars.startupbootcamp.org, and that's also in the link that you will see by email. If you put your email in here, you say login, and you'll receive a one-time password, OTP code in your email that you need to copy here in order to log in. After you logged in, this is where you will end up. This is per selection day, the startups that will pitch in the right order. So rescalers will kick it off. On the other days, you can find in here which startups will pitch there. Now, on rescalers, you can already see a bit of their problem and their solution statement. But if you want to dive a little bit deeper into what they do, you just click their card and you will go to their profile. This is what the startup has actually uploaded for you, the mentors, to see. You can see their problem statement with a little bit more text. You can see their solution, and you can see their 30-second pitch and where they explain everything. Now, if you, after reading their information and seeing the pitch, would say, yeah, this is a good startup, I think they should be selected for the cohort and I like them, that's when you press the blinking star here. If you, on the other hand, also might say, well, not sure yet, bit indifferent, let's ignore this one for now, you can skip this one here. Important to note that once you are on selection days, you can leave your remarks. So with this, clicking this icon here, you can tell us, the selection committee, how clear is the startup's customer value proposition, how clear is the startup business model, and you can leave all your comments here. And at the end, you can say, if this startup would be selected to the cohort, I would like to mentor this startup by clicking this yes. You can even leave a optional comment. Press submit, and we will take that data into the selection committee room to make sure that we take all the data points and actually help us choose the right startups. Now, if you want to upgrade your, or at least update your profile, your mentor profile, you need to click the avatar. In here, you can see what's currently on the Matching Star platform, but you can see this is an invitation to actually put more information in here, because if startups would need to find you, only having the country there would be a little bit shallow. So if you see this, then take your pencil icon here, upload maybe a picture if you want to. First name, last name should be there already. A description, this is just a short bio of what you're doing. Tag is saying small keywords where people can find you, job title, company, and what have you. Save the changes, and that will help us better match startups with you, and the startups can more easily find you. That's it. Thank you for joining, and have fun.
Now, I think that was a very clear explanation. Again, to summarize, star if you believe that the startup belongs in our accelerator, and it would be very appreciated if you go to the dashboard and rate them in more details. Now, in order for you to actually cast a vote, I do think that you need to ask a lot of questions and to make sure that you have full picture of every startup before you cast the vote on Matching Stars.
Indeed, the startups only have 3-minute pitches. And well, you can't explain an entire startup in 3 minutes. So we count on your questions to understand first, what was unclear about their pitch? What do you want to learn more about? And also get more insight into where the startup can grow and what can be exciting about them as well. So we're expecting your questions throughout the day, and we're gonna read them live, okay? So they're coming, that's why we are all both holding our little tablets here. The questions are coming live from the audience, and we're gonna ask them to the startups. Now, I do want to say a special message because we're gonna see a lot of startups today. And we already saw, right, 21 actually startups yesterday. And I think it's important that we always keep in mind, we're looking at people with dreams. I'm sure you, whether you're at home, whether you're at work or in vacation right now, but you for sure have a dream. I definitely have a dream. Sabina have dreams as well. And the thing that I want you to keep in mind is that these are people leaving everything that is secure, everything that is guaranteed behind, normal jobs, mortgage payments, sometimes everything. They're leaving all those possibilities behind to jump into the unknown to make their dreams come true. The dream of helping others, of changing the world, of making it a better place. They're not just talking about what they want to do, they're going out there and they're doing it. With the power of technology, with their power of their will, and sometimes just with the power of that dream. So when you're rating, when you're choosing startups today, when you're sending those questions, think about where they are, but also where they can go. Think about what they can become. What do you love about them and where you can help them? Don't forget, you're rating here not just a startup, but a group of people determined to change the world and solve big problems. Now, this is important because, of course, we're going to see a lot of them today. So keep that close to your heart, keep that in your mind, and we're going to have a really great day. Now, Sabina, how are they gonna come in, pitch for 20 minutes? What is the flow of today?
I will tell you that in a second, but oh my God, that was so powerful.
It's early, but I'm excited.
I'm back to my founder days. I feel so inspired as well.
I'm excited
Oh
to
my
be
God.
here. I mean, watching the founders, it gives us so much energy. This is why we do what we do, and I'm sure this is why you're tuning in today, right? You want to help them, you want to help change the world, and you want to connect with these visionary founders. So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind.
Absolutely. And actually yesterday we received not only a lot of questions, but also a lot of inquiries on, okay, I want to become a mentor, or maybe I have some investors for the startup. How can I do that? Again, just leave all of these inquiries in the chat box because our team is looking there. Or if it's easier, just email me at sabina@startupbootcamp.org and we will find you a place in our very cozy and vibrant ecosystem.
Indeed.
Now, for today, we will now soon start with the first round of pitches. Every pitch will take around 3 minutes, so that leaves us with 7 to 8 minutes of Q&A. So again, only 3 minutes for a pitch, so it's really important that you ask all the questions that you have and give a startup a chance to elaborate on all of the points that are very important for the selection process, of course. So again, ask questions. After the pitch is over, we advise you to rate the startup right away because I think that way you have it all fresh in your mind. However, you can also do that over lunch and then after the second session. And I would say that we are ready to go. Without further ado, again, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking to pitch first, but I think that the next startup we're about to welcome is going to do
Definitely.
great.
They got it.
So we cannot wait to see you. Let's welcome BioTitan Nanotechnology from Italy.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I am good. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm also so excited to start with a female founder, especially on DeepTech and robotics. So all our support goes to you and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I am the CEO of Nanotechnology, Italian company. We develop innovative formulas for materials for everywhere and outdoor.
Dear, I'm sorry. I don't want to stop your pitch, but your audio is breaking somehow. I'm not sure if it's your connection or a microphone. Perhaps you want to take, if you are wearing AirPods or some sort of Bluetooth device, it could be useful for you to take them out because we're breaking every other word and I really want to make sure we hear your pitch. So while she's reconnecting with her headphones, this is BioTitan Nanotechnology coming directly from Europe, as well, but from Italy. And if you want to rate the startup at the end of your pitch, you can always go to Matching Stars. Beatrice, are you ready?
Can you hear me better?
Do you hear us?
I hear you, the question.
We're not yet connecting. Well, that can happen. It's the first pitch. No worries about that.
No,
We don't hear you yet, Beatrice. Let's try it again.
I am connected.
While Beatrice reconnects, Beatrice, you give us a shout as soon as you can hear us. You can hear us, probably. I'm looking at the screen that's right here. Any advice from the tech crew? Beatrice, they're asking you to select the right microphone input on the software. Probably there's a microphone icon in there or a settings icon that you can choose. Perhaps we can send her to the tech crew and then we're just going to reset here a little bit. That's not a problem. We have a bit of extra time. And we can talk a bit more about DeepTech and robotics and the BO2 opportunity. The BO2 programs are available on an exchange, which is a stock exchange, which means you can invest in a portfolio of 10 startup teams today. Now, BO2 have multiple verticals, so you can be investing in groups, in cohorts of startups in deep tech and robotics, AI and Web3. Now we have new programs available as well in production and infrastructure, production and industry, water and infrastructure, energy and climate. BO2 is available on an exchange and you can find more information about it as well on our socials, but on startupbootcamp.org, or you can always leave your email here on the comment section. We will make sure to reach out to you. Do I have an update already on Beatrice? Do we hear her? We're gonna move to the next startup while Beatrice reconnects. Not a problem at all. And the next startup is coming all the way from Egypt, incorporated in the Netherlands. Who are we welcoming?
We are welcoming OzTech. And I think that I also had a sneak peek at their pitch, so I'm really interested to hear it now on the big stage. Hello,
Good
hello.
morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing good.
Great.
Happy that you entered a little bit earlier in the chat,
Yeah.
so we can start with you while
Yeah.
Beatrice reconnects.
Okay. Yeah. Great. It's
The floor
great.
is
Nice to
yours.
meet you, and it's really exciting.
Nice. We're excited as well. Really nice to meet you. The floor is yours. You got 3 minutes.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to share. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You seeing now the pitch, right?
We see your screen.
Perfect.
Okay. Great.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, I'm Amr. I'm Amr Gamal, a co-founder and CEO of Oztech. Oztech is an agriculture startup which is specialized in agriculture robots in Egypt. Uh, we are trying to revolutionize the agriculture sector in Africa and MENA region because of, as you know, we have a lot of challenges facing the agricultural sector here. The labor force is decreased by a big percentage, about 30%, and we have a lot of effort and time consumed without any back, and also the losses in the planting processes and can't meet the huge increase in the food demand. What we did, we are trying now to build an agricultural robot which can planting seedlings automatically, which will increase the food quality and the productivity of 1 acre by about 15%. Also will decrease the amount of time and effort required. We are going to plant it for 40 minutes per 1 acre, which is very competitive. Also, we have a small prototype. This is our first prototype, Osiris 1, and now we are going to Osiris 2, Osiris 1 also, but the MVP. We are targeting two sectors here. We are targeting B2B, which is the agricultural companies and the investments, and also the governmental institutions, and also a big customer for us, the medium and small landowners, because they are requiring and they are wanting from us an affordable technology to work with. We are going to launch. We are now working with our MVP. This is a photo from it in the previous June. Our revenue stream will come from basically from two parts. The first one is renting and project based, which will make the product is affordable for several farmers and landowners, and this is a competitive price for them to reduce their losses in the money. And also, we are going to selling these robots with 40,000 K, and this is a competitive price for the agriculture robots company in Europe and USA, and we are going through making a leasing for them to making affordable more for them. The market in Egypt, it's about 10 million acres and with about 40 billion revenues. We are targeting them, and also the a huge opportunity for us here because of Egypt is, and also in MENA region we are following the 2030 vision, which is coming with the sustainability goals. Now we are going to launch our first product in October 2024, and by next April we are going to produce another two. Where this place is Al Wahat is in Egypt. It's in desert place, and there is a big opportunity there with agriculture companies. And by 2026 we are going to go to another types of robots to go through them with monitoring and weeding. What we are asking 400K for product development, and also to allow us to scale more and to get to build more robots to get the need of the markets, not just in Egypt but in MENA region, and also maybe in Europe. Who knows? Yeah, this is our teams. I'm Amr and Mohammed, the co-founder, and Ahmed Maher, the business development, and Randa, the agriculture sector manager. And thank you.
And thank you very much for your pitch. Very clear
Thank
and very good timing. So
Yeah,
I
thank
do
you.
have a question already also from the audience. Can you walk us through what specific tasks the robots can perform
Yeah,
and
yes.
how it also compares with humans performing these tasks?
Okay, great. For now we are targeting the planting seedlings. It's very hectic for the farmers. Planting seedlings it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And if we compare it for farmers with which is not available, which they are not available, but if we compare this to the farmers, we are going to need about 10 to 15 farmer to plant 1 acre in about 1 hour. But with our robot, with our current robot, it's about 40 minutes with a less amount of money. So we reduce the money, we reduce the time and the efficiency, of course, because there is a lot of losses with the humans.
Clear. And can
Yeah.
you, actually, a very nice question, can you tell us a bit more of the impact of these robots on the environment?
Of course, as you know, they are using in deserts. According to the climate change, we are talking about uh, uh, the planting areas of Egypt and African countries is going to scale, not in the population areas. According to the climate change, we are somehow decarbonizing or making carbon credits. Something we are dealing with some companies with carbon credits to sell carbon credits because we are going to use our robots using electricity and solar cells, not diesels, which is good. And we are trying to find something now with carbon credits companies here in Egypt.
Very sustainable, I would say then. And another question from the audience. Can you share more how your go-to-market strategy differs for B2B and B2C?
Okay. From B2B, we are targeting specifically the agriculture companies, as there is a lot of here. If we are talking about Egypt, the agriculture companies, they are controlling a lot of amounts of areas. It's about thousands and thousands of areas. That's why we have already about memo of understanding with some companies of them, and with the governmental institutions, we are targeting them also, as they are controlling the farming and the agricultural sector in Egypt. So if we are speaking with them, they can provide us some support to give the farmers to allow them to use our technology. And specifically, if we are going to the B2C company, the B2C customers, as you know, we are putting our product as providing it as a service, as we are using robots as a service. And this is a concept that we want to put it in here in Egypt, not just for agriculture, but we started from agriculture, and to provide it to make it affordable for them, not just providing robot, but to make it affordable for them and to make the agricultural sector more sustainable. And so we are offering the price of this service with a competitive price. Also, we are offering them, if they are going to buy these robots, we are offering them as leasing deals. We are trying to connect some financial institutions here in Egypt to check if we can go through these issues. Hope so it's clear.
Very clear answers. May I ask the next one?
Of course.
What are the key partnerships you want to leverage? So what are partners that you're going to need to make your solution scale?
Okay, I think so. Maybe we can get some partnership with agricultural companies here. I will give you an example. Here in Egypt, we have a company that controls about 10,000 to 50,000 acres. Those companies will be good for us to give us a motive to complete, and also to solve their problems. Maybe also the investors who are interested in hardware, and this is hard to find them because we cannot find them easily. because the investors are interested maybe in software, so we are looking for them. This partnership will be great because if we have this, we are going to get some energy, and we already have, but to get more energy to complete going through OSTEC.
Clear. Another question that is quite interesting. So, how unique is your robot with AI compared to traditional machines that already helped European and US farmers scale?
Okay.
So, why couldn't they use just these machines instead of robots?
Okay, because for regular machines and traditional machines, first of all, if we are comparing to the prices is comparable for here in Egypt and for European machine, even for European countries, if we are going to sell our product to European countries, it's compatible because our product is costing us here it's about 40,000 K, but in Europe the same one, if you Google it, you can find it, it's about 300K, so it's not comparable. Yeah, and also for regarding the operations, the traditional agriculture machine needs a lot of people, and this is not available in some places. Maybe in Europe it's okay, but I don't know. But here in Egypt there is a suffering from finding this labor, so needing a lot of operators. Our machine, our first machine, I'm going to talk about our first machine. It's going to be I'm sorry, it's going to be automatically operating, and it will be connecting autonomously with satellite to navigate and to plant automatically. Now we are in our first phase. Now we are going through this. We are trying to finalize it by October, but it's okay. Hope so. Yeah.
And great plan.
Yeah.
Now, I have a last question for you, which is our signature question that we ask all the founders. So, what is it that you want to get out of Startup Bootcamp program? So, why should you be in the program, and perhaps even elaborate on what kind of connections you would need from it?
I think your white connection. I checked this in the previous week. Your connection and your pages and your previous alumni. Maybe your connections will help us to go scale more faster, and also maybe our alignment with the same goal. We are not just building a product. We are improving lives, and we are improving the communities. So we are not just going through, and I think this is meets your goals. So I think so it will be good to having some cooperation.
Amazing. Very clear, very to the point. Thank you for being the first
Thank you
one,
so much.
exactly with a little, of course, haste. Thank you, and good luck to you in the
Thank you
next.
so much.
Thank
Okay.
you. Good luck.
Bye bye.
First pitch, and we're ready for the second, which would have been the first.
Exactly. So let's give it a try with Beatrice. I hope that it works now. And let's welcome BioTitan Nanotechnology once again. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's breaking a bit.
Let's try.
Let's try.
Let's try. Why don't you start the pitch, and we're gonna see it. But it should be working now better indeed.
Because instead I can take off. I don't know.
No, I think it's okay. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's. We're gonna share
Okay.
your screen, and you can start your pitch. Thank you, Beatrice.
Try again. Hello, everybody. I am the CEO and the founder. BioTitan is an Italian developed nanotechnological product for everyday material properties to materials without changing their water-based product. They are certified, and what we do, we do self-cleaning for active for metal tiles, and last but not least, that is our VBC antiviral treatment that last phases actually spend a lot of time to do maintenance workspaces, and what we do new innovative way to So we let the companies save money, they can save time first and save tons of water evidence, and they can have less of chemical pollution in the air. And then they also have less injury, have less problem also of management. It's a big, deal. Market that we cover is almost 2 trillion now. Now the clean tech is we do with our treatment healthier, safer in these three markets that they are. And today I want to read that I really like, because this treatment in this food plant, this is really, really huge. Antiviral treatment, they can see 3,000 liters of water and over urine every year, and the 50 diseases. So they are really, with the antibacterial antiviral, you can see the difference between a treated surface. So I have to see also the result in the lab. Collaborating with us means because we are developing new products in pipeline to serve, and we have fast scalability. A million, because of course I really want to really invest this money in marketing and of course in the team that I think that I care about, patent and licensing and sales. And the business model and new streams is based on long with big players like McDonald's. And you can see is fantastic because really reach a big point, and that's why, because we have this huge market, we have this unique patent. Me is incredible. Aya is the creator, has more experience in nanotech, and don't forget the future can see forward and maintenance. So don't miss the chance very much.
Beatrice, thank you so much for sharing your pitch. It seems that we're having some delays still with your connection, but I could understand most of it. We got some questions. So I think what we're gonna do to make sure that we can communicate better is we're gonna send you the questions, and we're gonna try to reply them to the mentors after by email. Are you okay with that?
Yes. So it's not a hear me. It's not a success, of course.
Okay, so we're gonna send you the questions right after, but we thank you so much for your pitch, and maybe we can try again in the afternoon. Thank you so much, Beatrice.
Thank you.
We definitely recommend you to look at their profile on Matching Stars, where she also has a little bit more information about her startup with a stable internet connection over there. But indeed, internet sometimes fail us, but the startup has an amazing solution, and Matching Stars is also there to help you see if they could be a match for our accelerator program. As usual, we rely on your feedback and your support to make sure we can explore their pitches and their stories every time more. Our next startup is coming from Sri Lanka, incorporating in the USA. It's going to be AIM Robotics. Do I have AIM Robotics on?
Hello, hello.
Hello,
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for inviting us.
Nice, thank you for joining us. I think you can start your pitch. We're gonna share the screen with you. Yes, you can press present and begin your presentation.
Thank you. I'm Chamika Gamuge, founder of AIM Robotics. And in AIM Robotics, our mission is to develop innovative robotic solutions that address socio-economic challenges. One of recent development we are doing now for the human and elephant conflict in Sri Lanka. Over 800 elephants in Sri Lanka died just along in last 2 years, worsening that 42% of human death rate increase over 3 decades. This is not just a single isolated problem to the Sri Lanka. This happening in India, Indonesia, and African countries as well. In order to tackle
I'm
this
so
problem,
sorry to interrupt again, but it feels that you're not you're sharing your PowerPoint slide, but you're not sharing the presentation, so we don't see the slides moving. I'm not sure if you're intending on moving the slides already. Yes, now I see the next slide indeed. So you can continue from this point as you feel comfortable, or if you want to restart, you also have that time. But just to highlight, because I really want to make sure that your story is empowered by your slides. You can continue.
yeah, can you see the slide actually?
Yeah, we see it and we see now your mouse as well. But yeah, do you want to change with the slide again just to be sure that we see it?
Let me check.
Yes, we see it. You can also click on presentation mode if you prefer. Then it's going to be full screen. Yeah. I don't
Sorry,
see,
there's a
I'm not so
there's a
sure.
yep.
We don't see your slides moving, so indeed, perhaps you can click on the slides on the corner of PowerPoint.
Yeah, actually, I am in the full screen mode, but I don't see.
That's the problem. Yeah, so indeed, I think if you're having multiple screens, that's not going to work well. So you can just present directly from the PowerPoint window as you have it right now, just from the PowerPoint app. That's going to work better for you. You can restart the pitch.
Yeah. Can you check it now?
Yeah, like that would be perfect. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Sure. Okay, one moment. Hi, I'm Chamik Gamge, founder of AIM Robotics, and in AIM Robotics, our mission is to develop innovative robotics solutions that address pressing social economic challenges. So right now we are tackling one of major issues in Sri Lanka, that is human and elephant conflict. Over 800 elephants just died along in last 2 years, and worsening that, around 42% human death rates increase over the last 3 decades. This is not just isolate socio-economic problem into the Sri Lanka. This happened in India, Indonesia, as well as other African countries as well. So Gajida is a one of AI drone system we're going to introduce to tackle this problem, which has an electric energizer inside to shock the elephant and deter them back to the forest. To make it more safer to the animal, we have introduced AI decision maker inside so that the safest voltage will be shocked to the animal. The beauty of this innovation is that this is smarter and safer and also scalable as well as automatable. Moving on to the another problem we are addressing right now is the land encroachment problems. The unauthorized land encroachment is a growing problem in the world which must be addressed. Lack of visual evidence of the land and property is another problem. In our land data server, which is called landwallet.com, will save the aerial imagery of lands, and once the client need, they can view and manage the data. Our platform is a centralized data records, also protect assets and enhance the land use planning. So the focus of our company right now, we already working on the Gajida drones. We have already submitted the patent application, and also we are working on the PCT. And also the drone at the prototype final stage. And also we have already won some ICANN and WIPA innovation awards. In the Lands wallet, it is the initial stage of development in the server side, but we have our own wing drones, which is proprietary drones to the company. Moving to the business side of the Gajida, we looking to sell at $4,500 US upward depending on the configuration. and also we looking to have a net margin of 45%. In order to tackle the HEC drones in HEC problem, we going to sell the drones in Sri Lanka with help of UNDP, World Bank, and ADP kind of organization with the government. And also we like to move into the globals by applying the same thing in the India and Indonesia and Africa. Just to diversify our products, we looking into the control livestock management with use of same technology. Moving to the lands wallet income method. So we looking to introduce a subscription fee for each and every individual who save their land property data in our systems. And also we look into enterprises to have larger data inside our data system as well. In the same platform, we're going to store our large-scale drone mapping so that the others can download by paying us. So this is our team. We consist of 2 engineers, and also we consist of several external pilots who have several years of experience. And also we have a part-time web developer on the landswallet.com. So that's all about our presentation, and we strongly thank you for the inviting us on the SBC, and we looking forward to join and innovate robotics thing to save the world.
Thank you so much. Great ending over there. I see the connection. Thank you for that. Now, first, thank you for your pitch. Very clear, and we see that you're solving a real life problem and an issue. We got some questions already. Could you see your solution used in animals other than the elephants?
Of course, in the patent application, we actually broaden the coverage to animals, because we need to diversify our system not only to elephant. We want to diversify to other animals, even the livestock management.
And interesting. And so livestock management is also on the horizon. The solution can be used for multiple things. Sounds very deep tech. Love that. Why, in robotics, of course, why are you specifically passionate about this problem?
Actually, these problems occur almost few decades, and every time we come up with conventional methods like electric fence and other stuff. Even collars to the elephant was going to introduce, but these are not going to solve the issue. So we thought we need something smarter, which is, and also something scalable. So that's why we come up with this method.
Makes sense. Thank you for that. And indeed, I don't see that the electric fences are actually very safe for the animals and good for everybody. And I mean, not very effective if you're an elephant. Now, could you summarize your problem and your solution in one sentence?
Actually, we as a company looking to tackle socio-economic problems, so using drone technology and robotics technology.
Tell us how you leverage data to iterate the product and how the data helps end users.
So you mean the AI part of the product?
Yeah, indeed. Like so your tool, your product is always learning, right? From where the elements are going, from how the wind is going. I'm assuming the seasonality. How are you using the data that your product collects to improve it constantly?
Yeah, definitely. Because right now we are taking images from the internet and other sources. So when the drone is using in the field, it will take the images and send us to as a data, so that our AI model will be improve with those data. And also we going to automate this entire system so that it will do some automation stuff with use of those data, with using the visuals and also the GPS and others data as well.
Amazing. Oh yes, please go. We're getting lots of questions for you. So go, Sabina.
Indeed, we also have some questions from our investor network. Can be interesting. So you already said that your solution could be applied to other wildlife, but are there even more other fields where your solution could be applied? Fields, markets.
Right now, actually, we were looking into that's two market. One is that the main problem is in Sri Lanka, and the second problem we thought that to automate livestock management, because right now people using dogs and other methods to manage the livestock. So introducing this kind of methods, whoever the people managing livestock will be able to manage efficiently, considered to what they're doing right now.
Here. So it looks like it could be scalable into other fields then relatively easy. And then the question along the same line. So how easy it is to replicate your solution?
That's why we first go into the IP side, because we want to make sure that we are protected on our innovation. So we introduce the AI system, so it will more diversify and make it more unique to our innovation. So because we know that there is a huge competition from Chinese market, drones and everything. So we want to make sure that that's going to be tackled with the IP side. That's why we are working on the provincial patent as well as the PCT to take advantage in front of others.
Amazing. By the way, good job on answering the questions. You're doing great on time as well.
Yeah.
Checking with my team if I have time for 2 more questions. Yeah, 2 more. Great. So how are you ensuring that your team is not distracted, considering there are multiple solutions you're working on simultaneously and deep tech is such a challenging industry?
Yeah, definitely. I understand that, because we had to diversify our solution, because the nature of in our market, in especially the local market. That's why we are tackling two things like land encroachment and also the drones. But when we move on more into the other global market, we going to focus on only few products so that we can scale it up to the maximum level we can go.
Amazing. And final question. Timo, good? Yes, so final question for you. Why do you want to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program, and what do you want to achieve here?
Of course, that already affected us really well within the short period we have already worked with you. Within the we were working with you like in like 2 weeks right now, and it already impact us really well. So we think joining you in the next future will be definitely will scale us to the next level.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your pitch. Good luck with the selection room. I am now very passionate about your cause already. Love the animal. So good luck.
Thank you very much for introducing us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so what we're noticing is that today will be as hard of a day to choose startups as yesterday was. Love my job, but this part of choosing will be difficult. But for now, we're just having a great time choosing the next startups. So, want to say, next startup coming all the way from Latvia, it's Sepsiscan. And the startup will be incorporated in NL. Labdin, how are you?
Aldean, hello. Great
Hello.
to see you.
Everything good?
Sure, ready to go.
Then the floor is yours. Oh, you need to share your slides I'm getting from the tech team behind the desk. If you can share the screen. Yes, we're going to put it up for you. And the floor is yours. Good luck.
Okay, thanks. So, hi, my name is Didis and I'm CEO of Sepsiscan. And first, let's start with a short definition. What is sepsis? It's a life-threatening medical emergency condition when infection triggers extreme immune response. It's also known as blood poisoning. And the problem is quite huge because sepsis treatment is an important challenge from a clinical perspective, as each year it affects almost 50 million people, from which nearly 11 million end up dead due to complications. And this is directly related to sepsis condition. Our solution is a software-powered bedside medical imaging device that enables to evaluate tissue perfusion and adjust treatment to reduce sepsis-related patient mortality. Basically, in other words, we enable doctors visually see and evaluate if selected sepsis treatment is efficient and helps to improve blood microcirculation and oxygen saturation. And here's a short preview of the third prototype we're currently working on for the market commercialization. In terms of alternatives for our tech, currently there exist two other ways how to achieve similar result and assess blood microcirculation and oxygenation associated with efficiency of sepsis treatment. It's physical exam test and blood tests. However, our technology combines benefits and compensates for the disadvantages of these both currently available approaches. Our aim is actually to set up a new standard of care for sepsis treatment guidance and diagnostics. We have identified use of similar imaging technology for broad application in other fields like neurology and surgery, but not particularly for sepsis. And another direction is emerging AI-powered software usage to enable early diagnostics of sepsis, which would be next step in technology development. And our uniqueness and advantage is a multimodal approach using hyperspectral and thermal imaging. Our business model is a hybrid combination of traditional hardware sales and also a software subscription fee with all service and hardware updates included. And our ambition is to achieve 100 million euro yearly sales in 10 years by serving half of European hospitals with ICUs and emergency departments. And to achieve this ambition, we have a team that consists of 4 core members who have necessary competencies in the fields of management, technology, and clinical research to develop company and bring technology to the market. And we have also knowledgeable advisors in the respective fields of business development, clinical research, management, and engineering. In terms of traction, during previous 6 years, 2 prototypes were developed and tested on more than 100 real patients in Latvian hospitals. Then we acquired a license for IP rights to continue development and created our spin-off. This year, we raised our first K investment and got 60,000 R&D grant. We are looking for 1.5 million euro investment with first tranche of $500,000 to complete R&D. And basically, we have got also positive feedback from industry and clinicians in the form of reference letters. And we'll be happy to join Accelerator actually to boost our business and tech development and qualify for the next funding round to develop our company and get to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to start with the questions, but I want to thank you already for an amazing pitch. Presentation was clear. There was a point here asking to expand. How do you aim to make money? Of course, we understand that DeepTech and robotics as well for people at home. We're looking more at technology today, right? Because the business model changed rapidly and we're very much focusing on tech. But still, when you look at the business model, how do you aim to monetize?
Sure, it's a very good question. Well, we're talking about, from one side, the sales of traditional medical devices as a hardware, which means a one-time deal for specific price, and approximate retail price we aim for is around 10,000 euros per device. But we also want to combine with recurring revenue in the form of subscription fee for the software component. And also in comparing, let's say, global markets, US is more open for subscription model, also for entire technology as such. So we may consider doing 2 revenue streams, one from traditional hardware sales, another from subscription fees, either for software component or technology as such.
So passionate about this problem and your aim to solve it.
Well, I would say there are 2 points regarding our passion. First is our agreement on value regarding saving lives of people and patients as such, but also few team members have already background in first myself in sales of medical devices, formerly by Johnson & Johnson MDD, so I have some background with this field, and definitely this is something where we see a bit more added value, let's say maybe in comparison to other industries. Besides doing business, there is something on top we create in terms of improving society.
Thank you very much. Improving society, that's what we're here for. Now, about clinicians, tell us about how clinicians have received your product or the idea of it right now. What is the feedback you're receiving from your industry?
Well, the feedback we have received so far has been quite positive, and actually the idea for this technology itself comes from clinicians who initially approached university researchers to help to come up with a solution like this or technology. And we basically continue what was industry-driven inquiry. And now, at the current point, when we have already established spin-off, we have collected a few, let's say, recommendation letters, not only from Latvian market, but also already from several European markets, including Netherlands, also Belgium, and recently we did a technology demo in France at Bicêtre Hospital by one of the leading European intensive care researchers and clinicians, and who also provided us with how to say encouragement to continue development, but also provided very detailed feedback on, let's say, clinician needs, confirming that what we are building is aligned actually what market needs.
Perfect. I want to give a few shout outs to a few mentors here that are sending lots of questions. Bas, Franklin, Narayan, and Sagar. Thank you so much. I keep getting so many questions. I have to scroll here. But tell us more about the 3 challenges you're facing at the moment with the technology that you have produced so far.
Well, what we are currently doing, we are actually migrating from technology perspective in terms of software from the very simple MATLAB environment where university researchers develop the algorithm, which is key part of IP for this tech. We are migrating to more advanced, let's say, C# programming language. Another challenge is related to miniaturization in terms of mechanics, to make the device much smaller than what you saw on slides was university quite robust prototype. And of course it's about the challenge is about integrating mechanics, electronics, and software so that at the end everything works together and delivers the result as it was with university prototype.
Very clear. And then maybe to follow up on that question, how easy it is to integrate your current solution into current existing protocols and decision-making systems?
Oh, yeah. That would be quite easy since such technology is already included in European level guidelines for septic shock treatment, and also the usage of this device is very simple since it's it's non-invasive, and as the demo in real hospital environment just recently in Paris showed that we can simply arrive with a device to actually patients bedded within intensive care unit and make those snapshots of the tissue, and immediately doctor gets the result. I mean, this is as simple as it takes to add this as additional input for the treatment process. So it doesn't require any additional hardware besides just our device.
Fantastic, really. Now, how do you ensure your solution is accurately and precise, especially in a life-threatening condition like sepsis that requires prompt attention?
Sure. Well, from clinical perspective, that's actually role of our head of clinical research to perform the clinical trials that's required for device registration. However, the research which was carried already so far, and we have published 4 different research papers with results, it definitely pays attention to the detail and this clinical protocol, how the measurements should be made and how the result is interpreted. And of course, it's part also of R&D process to make device applicable in how to say intense environment where the time is crucial and the doctor has to make this measurement probably fast. So we are working on that from engineering perspective, actually to include those requirements from clinical side in order to achieve this precision and degree of certainty for results. So that's part of process we're working on.
Very clear. I have another question from a mentor. Do you require FDA certification? If yes, what is the timeline before you get your product into market?
Yeah, we have actually currently to decide between first starting with CE mark for European market or going FDA registration to enter US. And to our knowledge, we can use this easier format with 501k for innovative solutions. But realistically, it would take some 3 to 4 years before we can actually start selling or getting revenue. However, we aim to start pre-sales and demos as soon as we have our commercial prototype ready. So meaning, approximately 1 year from now.
And you're already going ahead. So fantastic. I mean, quick question. In interest from large medical device manufacturers. How is that going for you so far?
We are currently reaching out to them, and we have identified some health clusters where, for instance, in Germany, particularly in Mannheim, which we have already visited, and where is one of them can be mentioned. It's a B Braun from Germany, which has close cooperation and is scouting for technologies like ours, and we aim to how to say approach them with a bit more finalized technology, because this is from our previous experience when they are interested to consider any new solutions. Since we are not final yet, we cannot give how to say final answer revelation on that, but we have identified already channels when and whom to approach.
And have you gotten any feedback so far? Any ideas from them? Are they excited, interested?
Yeah, well, just recently in Germany was in a conference where I talked to Zeiss, like optics producer who produces components for medical devices, and they got quite interested in our technology, since how to say one of the key components is related to optics, and they certainly see potential in our technology. But then again, we need to finalize R&D to have already next step of negotiations, but we already are in talks with them as corporate partner and strategic stakeholder, let's say, within that ecosystem of medical device production.
Fantastic team. Have time for one or two more questions? Just one? They are running after us today with the timer. I see a red blinking thing on my screen here. I'm like, no, but we have more. Okay, now final question. Startup Bootcamp and your startup. What do you hope to achieve during the accelerator program in the next 3 months?
Well, certainly we would like to polish or finalize our business model, which has some aspects to be answered. But also, and here we see that advice from knowledgeable mentors would be beneficial, considering experience in getting into European markets and being in Europe. And from technological perspective, also, we see that we could benefit from advice how to actually think of next steps of scaling production or getting closer to the market. So once we have that R&D completed, so I would say it's development of some roadmap and also advice how to better qualify for funding to move on with activities.
I mean, Paldies, thank you very much. Have a great day ahead and good luck with the selection room.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, while we are on this trip from Latvia to Finland to meet our next startup, a short reminder. So we have a lot of questions, which is amazing. Again, the questions that we don't have time to ask, we will address them after the selection day, as we did yesterday and we'll do tomorrow. But don't forget, you ask the questions, you formed your opinion, you have the full picture of the startup. Go to Matching Stars. If you think the startup belongs in our program, just click on the golden star, and it will be very much appreciated if you also add some feedback on the dashboard, because then you can really rate them from one metric to another. And again, I already see, even though we just saw a few pitches, I already know that the selection will be tough, and trust me, we do take your opinion into account. So again,
100%.
I cannot highlight it enough. Please put your feedback into Matching Stars.
That's why Matching Stars is there. We can't wait to read it. I'm seeing some feedback coming in, but I think we can always use some more input. Now the next startup coming all the way from Finland. Welcome on stage, and I want to say this correctly. Rolly.
I like to say it that way.
Rolly.
Love the name.
It's correct.
Hi, Dave. Okay, well, that's what we wanted to hear. Now, my friends, your slides are going to come up on screen.
Good.
And the floor is yours.
Okay, let me know. I mean, can you see the screen, right? Because I can't see it right now. Good. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dave, and I'm the CEO and founder of Rolly, autonomous robot for businesses. So let's talk about electric mobility challenges. Did you know that Europe aims for zero net emissions by 2030? At the same time, the charging infrastructure in Europe is growing slowly, but by around 35% per year. Yet, the rapid growth of public charging points faces regulatory, investment, and technological obstacles, slowing down the progress. Now, let's talk about the needs from one side, we had the EVs ecosystem with issues in the charging infrastructure, integration with renewable energy, urban planning, and of course, innovative solutions. On the other hand, we have the end-to-end customers with limited charging infrastructure, issues with the charging speed and time, and also limitations with the charging accessibility. We need a more efficient, cost-effective, and sustainable charging progress. So, uh, Rolly is a mobile charging robot that empowers the electric mobility industry to integrate autonomous and remote controlled robots, transforming the efficiency and accessibility of EV charging. Well, Enrolle's innovation stems from the ability to provide mobile and autonomous charging solutions. Our charging robots can navigate to vehicles offering on-demand and independent charging. This capability improves the accessibility and convenience of EV charging, especially in areas with limited infrastructure. Raleigh integrates with advanced technologies like 5G and edge computing, allowing real-time communication between the robots, the batteries, and the vehicles. This combination of mobility, autonomy, and advanced technology positions Raleigh as the next solution for the EV charging industry. We're now focusing on pilot projects in parking facility in Oulu and working on challenges discovered from Espoo and Helsinki cities. These are some projects that the team members deployed in the past, from surveillance robots with 5G, video analytics, and 360-degree cameras with 5G, to delivery robots, self-driving cars, and supercomputers. We're focused now on the Finnish market with Nordics, South and Western Europe markets. The addressable market is 32 billion for EV charging stations. Our target market is 5% in Europe. In our business model, we're not selling the robots, we're licensing them from 30,000 euros with an annual license. Additionally, we have a charging as a service model from 10 cents per kilowatt, which is up to 900 euros per robot per month. Also, we have a branding monetization opportunity where the customers can monetize by displaying ads on the robots. We're a strong and competitive team with experience in robotics, autonomous cars, 5G, cloud, and backed by mentors from Bell Labs, Bosch, and the London Stock Exchange. We're looking for local partners in the Netherlands to focus on growing from the center of Europe. And well, thanks and welcome to the revolution of autonomous charging robots. Welcome to Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think very clear to the point, perfect timing. So we do already have quite a lot of questions, and I think I'll start with what is your secret sauce and what is the most unique thing about Rolly?
Well, I think the team. I mean, the product of course is everything, but actually the team is actually the best. So I think we have a team with experience in different verticals. I mean, from innovative and cyberpunk solutions, but also we have a really business expertise. So I think the first of all is the team, but the second, of course, is the differential between what we're approaching now and the competitors. So we're using other type of technology. So our idea is actually to use the robots as a hub. So we're talking about 5G and edge computing as a top technology that we can use to communicate between each other. So again, it's between the communicating not only with the robot and the battery, but also with the vehicles. So I think this is the future how we can be connected.
Very clear. Now, a quicker question. You have a bit elaborated on the pilot that you have going on right now. Can you summarize it again and then include your plans for the next from 1 to 3 years?
Well, right. So we're actually again in the very beginning of the path, but we also discovered, I mean, the key points of the charging operators. So we have been in discussion with different companies here in Finland, but the one that we're actually really close is about in Oulu in a parking facility. So the idea is actually to start testing the robots in a real use cases in the next hopefully weeks, hopefully at least one month. But also we discovered the needs from the cities. So we have each city had their own problems, let's say, or challenges for the charging infrastructure. In Espoo, we understand the three key pains that they have. So we're able to cover those three pains: EV charging for taxis, stop and ride stations, and also mini trucks. So we're on the right path now, but yeah, we need to continue rocking, let's say.
Amazing. I want to give as well a shout out to our mentors and investors sending questions. as well to Bas. I'm gonna say just first names here. Carlos, as well to John. Thank you so much for your questions. Now, next up is going to be what have you learned from your past failures or experiences in this sector?
Oof, a lot, and I need to say that they have been actually a lot for the last 15 years working with different products. But okay, but I think that the most important thing is actually how to, let's say, wake up all the time and be careful about the needs of the customer. Because at the end of the day, you can try to build for years a product and not resolve the problem, and that is actually to get the value. So I think that the most important thing is actually to get quickly the key point, or try to understand if you are really solving the problem, and secondly, I mean, to identify those opportunities that are willing to pay for your product not in 1 year but actually in a few days or weeks, let's say. So I think this type of small things that can help us actually to focus on business. So in this time, even you are focusing, we're working in deep tech, we need to focus on business, and this is what we're doing now, trying to get the insights from the market and try to get all the things that we need actually.
Perfect, and I think that's actually the best approach, of course. So another question from one of our mentors: how does your product positively impact the environment beyond the benefits of EV, of course, but specifically your product?
Yeah, super interesting question. So we have been testing in the past the robots. So we understand one thing. If we're talking about, let's say, autonomous robots in one place in a parking facility, we're talking about zero net emissions in the delivery area. So that it means that we can be more and greener and greener if we're using, of course, those components that we need to put on the robot. But yeah, so basically, in two sentences, zero net emissions in the delivery area.
Clear. And now, talking about your go-to-market strategy, you did outline it in a way. However, what are your key challenges? Let's say 2 or 3 challenges, and what is your plan to solving them?
Well, we have different challenges, but I think the most important one is to show up the product. So we need to use case, and the only way to do that is to go through pilots. So this is number one. But also the number two is actually the business model. Even we have the big picture, we have the formula, even if we have the spreadsheet, we need to sit down again with the charging operators, with the parking facilities, and understand the key points, because it's not our business. We need to understand more. So I think that the business model, we need actually to make some adjustments, let's say. But I'm sure that, and the main goal of the being on your program is actually to get this, to get the possibility to pilot and get the right business model and start making businesses.
Fantastic. I have a question for you. What is a very interesting one? What is the working range for these robots? Will they be roaming around the streets? I
It
love that, roaming around. Yeah.
No, they can be actually. They can be, and actually, it can go around. It depending on the payload. I mean, if we have a huge battery, but it can be around. They can be indoor, outdoor. Can be at up to 3 kilometers. But again, will depends on the payload. So, for example, for a small or private EVs, it can be a battery for 60 kilowatt, and this is around 300 kilograms. So we will have the opportunity to drive more with the robot, but we're talking about commercial EVs, then we're talking about a huge battery for 200 kilowatt. So we're talking about 800 to 1 ton battery. So saying that, then the robot will be slowly, and then we will take more time in order to go back. But yeah, but it depends on different factors, and also will depends on also regulation. So for example, in Finland, we can see robots in the streets now, and it will depend also on the cities if we're able or not to put the robots on the streets. So this is something that we need to actually to continue checking.
All clear. I think you gave a perfect overview in the pitch and then while answering the questions, so good job. And just time for our signature final question. In one sentence, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Why? Well, is one of the key opportunities that I have in the past, maybe for 10 years ago. So I know the program, I know the people, the most important, the community inside, and how we can approach the people inside. So I think that that's why we need people with the same, let's say, value, trying to resolve huge problems. So I think this is the opportunity that we have now joining the program for robotics. So I think we're in the right place in Europe, at least for now. I think it's the best place to be. So yeah,
Amazing. I think that's a great motivation, and we really wish you best of luck in the next room and on your journey.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Now we're gonna, now we're gonna roll to the next startup. Roll, you see what I did?
Oh, I see what I did there. I see what I did there.
was
Yeah. That
terrible
was
joke,
good.
but we're gonna roll with it. I'm doing it again. We are going to Austria to meet the founders of Vanguard Aero. Let's welcome them on stage.
Hi everyone.
Hello,
My name
Max.
is, my name is Maxim. I hope you can see the screen. I guess I should start with our
Yeah, we
feedback.
see your screen just now.
Yeah. I'm just checking. For me it's just new experience. Therefore I'm just getting momentum. So
Great.
as I already said, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So as I already said, my name is Maxim Chebarak. I'm founder and CEO of Delivered. Each year, 30% of all food produced globally, around 1.3 billion tons, is lost or wasted, with an estimate value of $1 trillion US. Up to 70% of this waste occurs after harvesting, during transportation, storage, and the point of the consumption. Delays and inefficiencies in the supply chain are major contributors, reducing shelf life of the food and escalating both environmental and financial costs. We aim to redefine the fragmented cold chain logistics system that currently relies on outdated, inefficient practices. Our solution is a fully automated, peer-to-peer express logistics system enhanced by waste-to-energy production and supply. We are building a system designed to benefit all participants, companies, employees, and customers alike. Our logistic platform combines a fleet of autonomous vehicles with robotic mini cargo hubs, all managed by a digital system. To ensure maximum customer satisfaction, we embed the just-in-time approach at the core of our operations, meaning deliveries arrive exactly as scheduled. We plan to leverage existing proven technologies while developing only the essential missing components to bring our vision to life. Initially, we plan to operate as a service provider, but with a long-term goal of transitioning to a marketplace business model. Our current team consists of 2 full-time and 1 part-time member. I and Nikita are family members with prior business co-owning experience. Tough we faced setbacks in the past, we learned valuable lessons. A decade later, with more experience, knowledge, and drive, we are ready to disrupt established markets. We have also partnered with several software and hardware developers who support our vision. We began our journey last year by joining an Austrian startup incubator, securing non-binding financial support, which we directed into product discovery. Since then, we have conducted extensive research on regulatory, technological, and business aspects to validate our concept and mitigate risks. Now we are confident in our business strategy, particularly for the initial stage. We are seeking for 3 million in pre-seed funding to move from product discovery to the production of an MVP. And we believe Startup Bootcamp can be a launchpad for our journey, helping us refine our concept, connect with the key stakeholders, and drive our vision forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great pitch.
Yes, we're ready to start with the first questions. And the first one, can you summarize what is your current product stage and what are the next steps?
Okay, as I already said within the pitch deck, we collected a lot of data during our research and discovery of the product. So actually, we have some technologies available within our partners that can offer for developing of the complete system. As I already explained it, we are building the complete system that is involving several parts that is already developed. So we can, for instance, we can attach the UAV, we can attach the ground robots, we can attach the cargo hubs technology, we can attach the software marketplace that is already existing. And these partners are ready to insert their technology and use as a holistic system, as I already mentioned.
There are
Great.
some other questions if you want to.
Yeah, the types of data, right?
Yeah.
What are the types of data you collect and how do you use it to iterate? How do you use it to keep improving?
So the meaning of digital system is you are on the initial position is right, is to collect the data, analyze it, and give the suggestion to the operators or the managers what we can do in certain situations. But we see one step further. Yeah, we would like to predict and forecast different scenarios. And this is as well, this is not something new. This is already on the horizon and is in the high demand, for instance, in the logistic systems. The data that we are collecting, for sure, is the information regarding to the each part, each node of the system. I mean, the vehicles, I mean, the packages, the condition of the environment of each packages, the collection of the sensors. It's a huge, huge data that we would like collect, research, analyze, and predict the scenarios based on that.
Clear. Another question from the audience. What are your focused markets for launching and why you chose them?
Initially, we are aiming to AI. And here's a trick. It's not AI that you are thinking. AI means the artificial insemination. This is our beachhead market. It's a tiny niche market where there is a high demand for the direct delivery of the semen, animal semen, in very strict environment. So in very strict conditions, temperature, humidity, and so on. So the safety is on the high level. Therefore, we would like to insert and test in this very, let's say, harsh condition, our system. This is our beachhead, but we will go from this beachhead to the rest of the market, as we mentioned, the cold chain logistics.
I have a question about the MVP.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate what MVP you plan to build and when?
Yes. Within our, as I said, we have conducted research within the business technology and the regulations. All this data have given us the answer and clear picture how we need to proceed, how we need to develop things, in which time we need to develop, for instance, the large UAV and adapt it to the market. And in this case, initially we focus to the scaled down version of our system that will be launched, for instance, in 7-10 years, focusing on the cargo of delivering up to 6 kilograms using the ground robots and UAV and cargo hubs. So pretty, as I said, we would like to deliver semen from the producer to the farms initially.
Fantastic. And I see that's as well why you're raising 3 million, right? Because there's a lot to build.
The question about the, I mean, like a use of the first fundraising is tightly connected, to the building of the complete system. As I already mentioned, many parts is already there. Honestly saying, if we are thinking about it to develop everything from the ground, the 3 million is not enough. Therefore, I mean, like we're focusing just to build everything together, to adjust the technologies that we have access to our vision, to our concept, and to prove that they work first reliably and without the, safely and for sure efficiently. I mean, like this is a core. And I would like to add here that we are looking to build the sustainable business model as soon as possible. Therefore, we would like to scale down our model, to start with a small burning rate, not to thinking about, okay, we have a dominant business model that we will unload within 20 years. No, it's not our position.
I love it. I'm smiling here because I love the way you just answer it. You know your stuff. You know you're here. Just really wanted to congratulate you already on getting clear answers from startups is sometimes difficult because you know too much, right? To
Yeah.
able to deliver it so concise. We're getting as well some compliments here from the mentors. So I wanted to thank you for that. The last question is our golden question.
Of course, the signature one. So, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? What do you want to get out of it?
I already mentioned during our pitch, we need to polish our vision. Look, we have hypothesis, we have a concept, we have a vision in our head, but we need to talk, we need to think about it within the larger group of the people who have more experience than we have, who have some knowledges in the areas that we are weak, that we are not that smart or whatever. And therefore, I would like to connect and with the many people in different regions and with the different, maybe even the mindset, to understand where our concept is weak, and build from this one. And for sure the second is attraction of the finance, because we understand that 3 millions is the money to be digging from somewhere, and
Yeah, I
that's
love. Yeah, I love what you just said about validating and making sure that if we have any weak spots, we're covering them. I think this is kudos to you because sometimes it's you're so in love with your idea, you're so in love with your solution that you're like, wow, it's perfect. And I hear from you that of course you're looking to further develop and further grow. So I want to congratulate you already on the mindset. I want to thank you for your pitch. Thank you for your great answers. Really, lots of compliments here. Mentors, don't forget to match, right, with a startup on Matching Stars, and we will move on to the next pitch. Good luck.
Good luck.
thank you.
And now we are going directly to a long flight. I'm just kidding. We're going home to the land of stroopwafels. We're going to the Netherlands for the next startup, Noble Boost. Do I have Noble Boost here on the studio?
Hi there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice.
How are you doing today?
A little bit nervous, but it's okay.
You have all our support, don't worry at all, and I'm sure you will do great.
100%. We're here excited, inspired by your stories from the startups, and we can't wait to hear yours. Your slides are going to go on screen right now. Yes, we see it. The floor is yours.
Can I pitch?
Yes.
Hi everyone, we are Noble Boost. We are developing technology for boosting bioavailability of various nutrients with noble gases xenon and krypton. Problem: poor bioavailability of various nutrients. That means many nutrients are poorly absorbed and used by our bodies. Most of them going to waste. Here examples of bioavailability on some components. For example, CBD, only 15% on average of CBD will be absorbed, rest will go to waste. It all leads to large inconvenient servings to achieve required dosages, and in general, it leads to inefficient use of nutrients. Our solution: we have discovered that noble gases xenon and krypton, then added to nutrients, can increase their bioavailability. And based on this discovery, we have developed our technology, Noble Boost. It's natural, it's safe, and it's effective. How much does our technology increase bioavailability? These are results of our studies on some components. The increase is significant. The study was done at the Preclinical Research Center, and of course, we continue this work with another components. Market: our technology can be applied to different functional food products, dietary supplements, medical therapeutic food, and pharmaceuticals. And during the process of validating our idea, we contacted few companies and identify their specific problems. For example, just pharmaceuticals and their product with CBD, Epidiolex, their revenue was more than $840 million last year. What's the problem here? One adult dose is 10 or 12 milliliters of oil for oral intake, which is very inconvenient. And they're searching the ways to increase their bioavailability. And right now we are designing experiment on CBD with local Dutch company TNO. And we plan to reduce the dose by at least 2 times. Our business model, how can we sell technology? We sell patent licenses and provide technical solution for adding gases. And our team, the core of our team is me and Alexander. We have been working with noble gases for many years. We are the authors of patents, scientific articles, and developers of different technical solutions, how to add gases to different liquid products. So team has sufficient expertise to develop this project, this technology. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much for your pitch. We already have some feedback, some questions as well. Why is bioavailability so important? How did you come up with the startup idea?
First, it was not idea, it was our discovery. So it was not just a usual simple way, problem, solution. First, we make solution because it's an invention, and then we try to fit problem for this solution. And it's a very good question why it's important for us and for me personally. It's obvious that more bioavailability is better because it's just efficient of food, drugs, and so on. But for now, we try to find very specific problems, or for example, just pharmaceuticals in pitch, and try to make a studies for them and make a special offer after for them.
Fantastic. What are the feedbacks of key companies like IFF that you have contacted? Sorry, how would you work together with them?
Excuse me, I think I don't understand. What type of companies?
How would you work with other companies and partners? I think that's a better question.
If you mean customers or partners for making studies, so
for your company.
Customers?
Sorry, partners.
Partners. Really, we have no partners. We just doing experiments with but we can call partners other laboratories, universities, for example, Dutch company TNO. We make studies with them. It's our partners. When we make studies, we get some results. It's our intellectual property, and after we will do an offer to a customer. I hope I answer this.
Yeah, well, I think you did. Let's Franklin, if you want more context, you can ask more questions, of course. Well, this is a great question for all deep tech startups. Can you share the problem you are solving as you would explain it to a 5-year-old, to a kid? How would you explain the problem and your solution to a child?
Okay, to a child. Very good question. Yeah. I just try to find the right words. What child in 5 years love to eat? Oh, no. For example, drug. Child don't like to take drug. And here example, you need to take 1 spoon of drug or 3 spoon of drug. What would you choose?
I think that's actually a good one.
Oh, I hated medicine when I was a child. I was like, for my poor mom, she was constantly like, here with the spoon, and I would just make it. So indeed,
Yes,
I think
yes,
kids
that's
would
right.
love that, and if there's a way to, of course, add more, right, to what they currently take, that's definitely better. And I think to get to other countries as well, medication, I mean, where it's scarcely available, it's definitely a fantastic solution for that. Another question on the product having application in everyday foods. Do you think your solution could be integrated in everyday products?
It's a very good question. Right now, I'm not sure, because there is no very specific problem for everyday food. Right now, they think that the best application will be for pharmaceuticals, like Epidiolex from just pharmaceuticals. And we think it can be very useful and helpful to medical food. For example, for people with cancer cachexia, sorry if I spelled wrong, and for people with a problem with absorption, malabsorption syndrome, and so on. But for everyday food, I'm not sure.
I understand, but still lots of applicabilities and you're solving big problems. Maybe the mentor that asked this sees another use as well for your technology, so it would be great to connect. Now, getting into the safety aspects of handling xenon and krypton and how to address the negative perceptions of the use in relation to food and drugs with customers.
First part of question about safety, as I understand it right, why it's safe, xenon and krypton?
It's more about how do people perceive it, because there is a public perception of xenon and krypton, and perhaps how would we tackle that public perception and addressing safety concerns about those elements in drugs like and food.
We can compare it, in air, which we inhale every day, every minute. There is a xenon and krypton too. It's just a very small amount. And concentration of these gases in, for example, CBD oil will be maybe just like amount of xenon which you inhale in just 30 minutes. So that's why it's safe. And xenon, especially used in inhalation, with concentration more than 50%, it acts as an anesthetic. With concentration less 50%, it has various therapeutic effects. What is interesting, that xenon is in WADA doping list, because then sportsmen inhale xenon, they increase their stamina and reduce their stress.
I see.
You can check. I was wondering that it's a WADA doping list. And the safety of it is already proven in this inhalation, and the concentration there is 1,000 times more than it will be in food products.
Yeah, I think that was a very clear explanation. Honestly, I think even for a kid,
Yeah.
very clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last question before we move to the next pitch. Why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
I think it's few main points. First of all, it's networking. As I saw in the website, you have a very good partnership with big companies, for example, Nestlé, and Nestlé has sub-brands with medical food. It will be very nice to connect with them. Second, make some correction in our business model, maybe, if it's needed. And the third, it's help to develop investment strategy, because we have no experience in it.
Well, I think very clear motivation.
And we covered definitely all three in the program, so I was very happy to hear that. Now, thank you so much for your very clear pitch, for doing such a great work, and good luck in the selection room.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before we move to the next pitch, and I want to remind that we only have 2 more pitches before we have our lunch break. Again, we see a lot of questions. Thank you for those. Please keep asking them, even if we don't have enough time to ask them right away. We will ask them to the founders later and pass the answers to you. And don't forget, you've heard the answer, you formed your opinion about the startup. go to Matching Stars. For now, maybe just put a star or don't put it if you don't think the startup belongs in our accelerator. And during the launch, come back to it and add the rating category by category. That would be very much appreciated.
I am so excited for today. I think these solutions are so inspiring, so cool. I'm just really motivated, and I'm really happy because I just realized that, well, after selection days, we work with them, right?
Exactly.
For 3 more months, and we're going to conclude it in December, well, end of November, actually, when we're going to have our last day, our impact day, and I'm really excited to think that, wow, we're going to get to spend 3 months cracking some really big issues, solving some really big problems. Really exciting. Next startup is a startup to be incorporated in the Netherlands. It's Powering Space. Powering Space. Fantastic. We see you. Can we test the microphone?
Yeah, I hope. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Perfect.
Well, I would say the floor is yours.
Super. So, hi all. I'm Vitaly, CEO of PowerIn. Imagine a world where power isn't limited by wires, a world where energy is delivered exactly when and where it's needed, anywhere from Earth to space. And we specialize in delivering power using laser light, making it possible to send power where it's too hard, expensive, dangerous to use traditional methods. Our technology, almost like solar power, transfers energy optically from one location to another. We have 2 main directions. We can deliver up to 1 kilowatt over several kilometers, ideal for drones and remote sensors, surpassing competitors by different wavelengths and both high and low power solutions. Also, I should mention that we have a special receiver design that handles beam perturbations due to atmosphere. Our technology offers key benefits for space missions, for example, powering lunar rovers and infrastructure in shadowed or nighttime conditions. Our power or fiber solution can transmit hundreds of watts via optic fiber, which is lighter than wires and ideal for harsh environment like high electromagnetic interference. And unlike Broadcom, main player here, which is limited to 3 watts only, we provide high power solutions. We target a service obtainable market in 90 millions, but we limit it only to infrastructure and environmental monitoring by drones. Our revenue model includes custom hardware, subscription-based service, rentals, and fixed-price solutions. By the moment, we already shown what our tech can do with a 100 watts power beaming demonstration for drone, and we had a paid pilot project for power fiber solution for sensors in high voltage environment. Our team has decades of experience in optics and energy in space. We were involved in development of International Space Station's experiments. Recent additions, Oleg and Alexei from Beyond Earth Technologies Venture Builder bring strong BizDev skills and connections with over 100 of aerospace companies. As I said before, we have proven our concepts, and by the moment we see Startup Bootcamp as a perfect platform to refine our strategy and focus on the right product market fit. We are seeking 500,000 to develop a fully functional MVP for our drone power beaming system. We see it as our key market entry. So, our solution enables long operations for electric drones. We can replace fuel-powered drones. And for building a sustainable future, it can be also perfect for space solar power stations to wirelessly transmit energy to Earth. Thank you for your attention and join us in powering a wireless and maybe carbon-free future.
And thank you very much for a very clear pitch with a perfect timing. So I already have the first question. How does your laser-based energy transmission technology compare to other wireless power transfer methods? So for example, radio frequency, microwave, in terms of efficiency and range, and perhaps any other competitive metrics that you want to mention.
Yeah, thanks. Very good and typical question. So the main advantage here is the high range. So if we are talking about very efficient wireless charging. For example, what we can use to charge our mobile phone or to charge EV car. They're very efficient but very short range. So if we're talking about long range, even 100 meters or better 1 kilometer, then you have only optical wireless power transmission. Also, you can use additional wavelengths, but in this case, you will need very huge transmitter and receiver. For example, to do the same, to transmit energy from one location to another location with another frequency, we can have 10 meters diameter receiver and 10 meters diameter transmitter. So not very practical, but maybe in space it will be also a good solution.
Yeah, I think that was very clear to compare those. And then talking about your solution, what would be your maximum capacity and what technologies are you leveraging for that?
At the moment, we are talking about several kilowatts, but in future, I think in 5 years, we could achieve near 10 kilowatts. Main technologies here is, of course, lasers, and for last maybe 20, maybe 30 years, we can see huge progress here. Lasers became cheaper, more efficient, and another important thing is photovoltaics. Almost the same here. Solar power became more and more mature, more and more efficient, and we use not the same technology but similar. So the progress in solar power industry help us a lot.
Fantastic. May I take the next one?
Of course.
How, would actually your offering really be affordable?
It is a very good question, and I will say that 5 years ago, the price was 5 times more than at the moment, and for me, it's still very expensive. But when we will be ready with the product, it should be okay. Main cost is laser, and laser is still a bit expensive, but we hope that in several years it will be affordable.
Clear.
Makes sense. Well, DeepTech.
Yes.
That's the nature of the business.
Exactly. So I do have another question from the audience. So actually from one of our mentors. So how can you elaborate on the entire security and privacy concerns that may be associated with your solution?
Not clear what
Maybe we can
was meant by security.
Just security of the technology. How safe will it be to use?
Okay.
How is it right now? Because you have a POC, of course.
Yeah.
How stable?
Okay, so if it's about safety, not for us, but for example for users, it's one of the main not advantage, but one of the main challenges for us, because we need a good certification to allow to use this system in public. It depends on the country. It is more complicated in the United States, less complicated in Europe. If it's about security for us as a technology provider, then it's, for my opinion, it's a very hard technologically solution. So you should have a lot of experience in optics, in energy, if we are talking about space, in space also. So not so easy to copy. But of course, we have some competitors, but very few. Mm-hmm. So we are not thinking that it will be easy to copy.
Yeah, clear. I think technology-wise, it is now a very good picture. So if we're talking about business and your go-to-market strategy, in what locations are you planning to launch first? Do you want to work with government or commercial or both? So walk us through your full go-to-market plan.
Sure. On the zero step, it's the very complicated part for us. We have good technology, but we have multiple products. So we need to focus on something. and we hope that Startup Bootcamp can help us a lot with this. But let's imagine that we will focus on power beaming for drones solution. It's market to go. We have some requests from mostly from security and surveillance companies, also from agriculture companies, and a lot of government also asking, because the drones at the moment it is let's call it popular area for everything. So governments also are asking about. So we are going to start piloting with commercial, of course, because governments requires much more. So we are targeting to secure first pilots next year, and it will be the best for us.
And about the geographical location of these pilots?
Mostly in the Europe, because at the moment in the United States we have very major competitor, so it's a bit it can be a bit complicated to enter the market. In Europe, almost nothing similar. So we want to start with in Europe, and we think that Netherlands can be a good option because, for example, in France, a lot of drone companies connected with Airbus, and it requires a bit more security, a bit more additional checks.
Clear. I think it's clear then why Europe, why Netherlands. So now the question is why Startup Bootcamp? Why do you want to be a part of our accelerator program?
Yeah, as I said before, you have pretty large network, and at the moment we are struggling with market fit, and we hope Startup Bootcamp will help us to focus on a good, ready market product because as a startup it's a bit hard to trying to make several products, and also we hope to use this network to find the partners, to find the clients.
Perfect. Well, again, sounds like something that we
can
do.
help.
Exactly. So thank you very much for your pitch, for your clear answers to all of the audience's questions, and good luck to you on the next step.
Thanks.
Thank Now we have just one startup left for the morning session before we can all take a lunch break. Honestly, it feels like it's been just a few minutes since we started.
And they're so knowledgeable, right? I mean, we studied the profiles before, we read their pitches, but it's just something else to have them here at this moment, fully prepared and being able to ask these questions from the audience as well, who's also very knowledgeable. I mean, great experience overall. Where are we going for the last startup before the break?
So we're coming back to Finland
Love
to
it.
meet the founders of Tabnamos, and I hope that I didn't butcher the name too much. So let's meet the founders and confirm that, and then of course listen to the pitch. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Perfect. I hope you are too also.
Of course, we're very excited to see you and to hear your pitch. I would say share your slides, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, I am Özgün, Tabnamos co-founder. We develop autonomous mobility and smart safe drive assistance solutions. Today, due to increasing needs, there is a concern about capacity and efficiency in production and storage areas. There is no space in factories and warehouses anymore, and there is an increasing pressure to work with high efficiency in a narrow space. Also, that generation doesn't want to work in routine jobs, and therefore it's becoming more and more difficult to find qualified personnel. Mistakes and work losses caused by inexperienced personnel also make things difficult. All these make the need for unmanaged solution even more obvious. In light of all this, we developed TEP+. TEP+ is a modular autonomous operation kit, combines AI and autonomous operation capabilities. TEP+ is the first solution to use AI support in operational decision field, independent of vehicle type and mechanical infrastructure. It has unlimited usage area, fully autonomous driving, providing managed system support, using as a control unit. Many mobile driving works can be carried out practically. TEP+ makes autonomy project in a few weeks that take months with other solutions. In this way, maximum savings are achieved from project budgets. AI support during the operation gives you dynamic capacity management chance. Our target customers are companies that work 2 or more shifts and use more than 5 vehicles in their operations. And our most prominent features are optional AI support, modularity, and rapid implementation. In addition, being a system independent of mechanical infrastructure and having a potential to be used in almost every field makes us unique from our competitors. We generate income two different ways. Our current sustainable income model is TEP plus assist rental model. After the investment, we will start to use autonomous system rental model. In this way, we will make strong our continuous income stream. We have put Turkey's largest autonomous vehicle fleets into operation at Metal Frios, Turkey. This project has proven our potential. So far, we have 24 vehicles operating in 7 different sites. We have completed more than 2 million kilometers in about 50,000 hours without any accident. We are a team has built our careers on autonomy. As a founder, I work in business development and project management. Batuhan leads operational side. Faruk and Cansu lead the technical side. We are looking for an investment 500k euros for a rental autonomous industrial vehicle system. With this investment, companies will be able to access this technology without spending a lot of money by paying a small monthly rental fee. The rental model will increase demand by 4 times minimum. We want to join in the startup bootcamp program to make this difference actually. So support us and see how we change the rules in autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I actually want to start with a compliment from some of our mentors. It was very nice to have the video at the back of your presentation so we could really visualize the solution. So that's a very good point. So I think the question that is repeated a bit, how do you ensure safety and reliability, especially when you say that TAP can work across multiple industries and environments?
Yes, naturally, almost all autonomous systems, we collect data from the field by LiDARs, 2D LiDARs, 3D LiDARs, and other distance sensors and other things. Sometimes cameras, depends on the hardness of the factory or sites. So we collect this data and categorize these data in our control model. We have a very advanced algorithms for this. So we filtered all this data and start to categorize and divide the sections, the system. And now autonomous system is ready for us.
Clear. And then maybe in addition to that, can you elaborate a bit more on AI technology behind adapting to these various operation systems?
Actually, there is a big problem about autonomous industry nowadays because autonomous vehicle can see, as I'm talking about industrial side, autonomous vehicles can see and can detect obstacles and things, but it doesn't know what is it. It's a human, it's a pallet, it's a stake. We don't know this. But we start to use this with AI. We can define the obstacle. If it's human, we can follow or track him. We know human is walking or another things. If we see a stake or pallet, we can throw out another sites. We can try this. We can. Now we don't need in these cameras. We can do this with cloud points easily. Also, there is a big problem nowadays because there is a high pressure about capacity and other efficiency things. We can adapt dynamic capacity and efficiency sites with this real operation in real time. It's important for the high capacity producing factories especially, and very fast warehouses.
And then, I like the flow of the questions because they perfectly complement your previous answer. And then, what industries do you see your solution being used in, actually?
Actually, we focused on 3 industries. Factories, we can enter any factories, no problem for us what's produced, and also warehouses. We focus on forklift type, we call it like forklift, transpallet, MENA bridge track, something like that. We want to replace them firstly. So because real need test the forklift type vehicles in the industry, we can redefine and replace them easily with our technology.
Fantastic. Next question would be today, in respect to technology, what are the 3 top challenges that you are facing?
Can you open a little bit more for me?
So basically, today, when it comes to technology, what are the biggest challenges that you're facing? Like, what are the difficulties when it comes to developing it, to keeping it, to growing it? Is it cost? Is it technical? Is it talent? What are the technological challenges that you face? Top 3.
Yeah, and naturally, especially in industry, first the costs are first challenge. Now, technology is changing very fastly, and every day we can see a new product about autonomy solutions hardware side. So we develop our system for this quick adaptation sites. Our control model can define and detect and learn the new sensor easily without engineering support or extra writing coding. It's important for now because there are many type customers, many type industries, many type sectors here, and they always want different things. So we have to make a standard for this, and standard can be adaptable. This fast changing, especially in technology side. So it's our focus place. We are trying to do this, and I can say we start to do this.
Line. What is the projected return on investment for companies that are implementing TAP Plus, and how does it compare with other existing solutions on the market?
Okay, we have the fast ROI values in the sector. We proved that many times. Our systems ROI under the 2 years, I can say, easily in average system. If we talk about our assist system ROI is in a few days, fastly. Our autonomous vehicles about under the 2 years. It depends on the vehicle's complexity and difficulties also, and capacity. But maximum 2 years.
Do we have time for 2 more questions, tech team?
Yes, okay.
1 more question. Then it's all yours.
All right, and again, thank you everyone for the questions. We will make sure to send them to the founder and then reply back so you can make up your mind before voting on the matching stars. But our last question is, why do you want to be a part of Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program?
We are ready technically, mentally, and motivating to expand our business to Europe side. We proved ourselves in Turkey, in MENA area. So we know there is a big potential in Europe firstly, and now we are ready, but we need guidance and mentoring and networking support for this. So we are here because we believe in startup can help us about the navigation for our way.
Very clear motivation, and thank you again for your presentation. Again, it was very dynamic with the video, and good luck to you on your next step.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, super inspiring. I mean, I am very excited to have met these startup teams. I hope you at home were as well. But we'll continue because we are going now on a very short break, but we will be back.
Exactly. We will be back here at around 1:45 with a second batch of the startups. So in the meantime, what we advise you to do and what we're going to do for sure is discuss all of the startups that we have met. For you, it's all about forming your opinion and casting your vote on matching stars. Once again, it's a star if you think that they belong in the accelerator, and just go to the dashboard, rate them on some additional metrics. We take all of that into account.
And stay online. I recommend you to not close the window because we're going to leave some nice little music playing in the background. But the moment we're back, you can catch up on what we're doing and what we're talking about and the startups that we're meeting. We are going to be back at 1:45 p.m. Central European Summer time. I will see you then. It's an hour, 20, 25 minutes. It's enough time to have a nice coffee, recharge, rate the startups, and come back. Oh, we got an interesting question, by the way. Can we invite other mentors or colleagues to watch and ask questions? Absolutely, you can. We encourage you to invite more people to join, more people to come and give their feedback as well. If they are new, they can leave their email on the comment box, and we're going to introduce them to Matching Stars.
Well, we see you here in roughly an hour and 20 minutes.
Indeed, more innovation, more inspiration coming your way. We're Startup Bootcamp. Innovation will save the world. Welcome back. We're so thrilled, excited to start the second half of the day. Today, we're looking at deep tech and robotics. How did you enjoy your break, Sabina?
Well, I did enjoy that. However, we spent it just talking about the startups, so I think
Yes.
we're in full selection mode today.
100%. If you have just joined, my name is Giovanni Vaccari. I'm the Managing Director of Startup Bootcamp Netherlands, and I'm joined today by my colleague Sabina. And who can introduce yourself? I think that's better, because I introduced you in the morning. I was like, why don't you introduce yourself?
That's true. Well, I'm a global head of relations and startup growth. So for me personally, maybe there is an emotional component of seeing how these startups already have improved since the first time that the startup growth team has seen their pitches.
And to find you on LinkedIn, Sabina Basarayeva.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Now, for today, I hope you're refreshed. I hope you're ready to engage. Of course, how can you engage? We have matching stars. Do you know what matching stars is? Sabina will give you a bit more of an introduction, but if you don't know what matching stars is, all you gotta do is leave your email on the comment box next to this video. It's either here or here, I'm assuming, or here. I don't know. I am not watching. I am presenting. However, you know, and you can leave your email on the comment box for access to matching stars. Sabina, how can people use the web app?
So this is your ultimate tool to help us choose the best of the best. As a reminder, we have 60 visionary teams, but only 30 spots across all three domains. So only 10 spots for deep tech and robotics startup. So for that, we of course need your opinion. We do take it into account in the selection process. So ask questions, form your opinion. Again, the questions you can ask in the Q&A box next to the player. After you have the full picture in your head, that's the time to go to Matching Stars and put a star on the startup that you think belongs in our accelerator. And of course, it would be even better if you go to the dashboard and if you rate the startup across 5 or 6 different metrics, because this is how we can fully take that score into account. And
absolutely. Yesterday evening, we were here at the office discussing yesterday's theme, AI and Web3, and we used your data through and through. We were looking at individual ratings. We were looking at comments. We were looking at number of mentors and investors who selected the startup, who clicked on that golden star, and that's really important. And a note on the Q&A, very important as well to know that the startups have 3 minutes to pitch each of them, right? So 3 minutes presentation for each startup. Is that enough? It's never enough. I could give a startup half an hour and they would have stuff to still talk about. However, that is where you come in with your questions, right? Questions are key to maximize the time. If you also have any suggestion to us over here, you can leave it on the same comment box and we will be happy to help. Now we're gonna go to the first startup of the second half of the day. Their name, Tuco. They are from Italy. Can I have Tuco? Yes.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, Pietro. How are you?
I'm fine. Actually, we have the team is made of Italians, but we are from the company is British, so we're a bit of a mix-up. But
nice.
So one more time, where from?
No, the whole team is made of Italians, but the company itself is British. So we're
okay. So Italian team, company incorporated in the UK.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you very much for that correction. Then I'm gonna share your screen on the main one, and you are ready to pitch. Good luck.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so again, my name is Pietro. I am the CEO of Tuco, and at Tuco we're gonna talk to you about biofouling. Biofouling is the stuff that accumulates underneath everything that goes into the sea or in a body of water. It is a $400 billion problem, mainly because of fuel inefficiencies that it causes, but also because of the indirect cost of pollution, biological and otherwise. It has always been with mankind for all the centuries that we've been at sea. And we, of course, have old methods of dealing with the biofouling, but these are generally very expensive, time-consuming, even dangerous, and surely polluting. So you can scrape it away, you can use various chemicals, but it's definitely not ideal. Lately, we've had what I call the rise of those Reaper robots. There are a lot of newish solutions that maybe are made of robots and drones that clean the hull of ships, but the thing and the problem that they all have in common is that they mainly use physical means of removal and of coping with biofouling, which causes another series of problems, mainly pollution. So we thought about it, and we thought, what if we combine different technologies that Matthew recently, like artificial intelligence navigation software, IoT protocols, advanced sensors, underwater robotics, and ultraviolet C LED technology. We all put it together into a solution that gives a Roomba-like user experience, and by irradiating autonomously the underneath of boats and ships and seagoing vessels, it neutralizes the biofilm, which is the preliminary stage of biofouling. So it prevents the formation of biofouling. This gives a lot of advantages because, of course, it gives the usual gain in fuel efficiency, but also by being a non-contact method, it means that we can operate on any kind of surface because we do not rely on magnetic contact or any other kind of contact. We can operate on every part of the ship. We do not produce debris, biological or chemical or otherwise. We can be multifunction, given that we use a lot of sensors. The drone can also be used to inspect the ship. And we give the user an extreme reduction in vessel downtime. And lastly but not least is the almost reduction to zero of the invasive species diffusion risk that comes with a model where the ship is always clean. Our business model is going to be hardware as a service. We're going to lease the systems to users. That because we intend to continuously improve on the underlying technology and make it always better. Also because we want control of the data stream, of course, anonymized and everything. But we think that the data stream coming from the drones is going to be very important for the evolution of the company, and not only of the company. The pricing model that we're going to use is value-based, so it's going to depend on the value that we estimate we're going to give to the customer. And the sales are going to be focused on what we call the gatekeeper entities of the maritime sectors, which means essentially the harbor operators, the marinas, and the service companies, plus, of course, the big shipping companies. We think we're going to have additional revenues from carbon credits and from the sale and management of all the data that we gather for the drones. We have a team made of 5 people at the moment. Me, the co-founder, other 3 people, and we are a very seasoned team of professionals. We have more than 100 years work experience between us, especially our CTO has more than 25 years experience in producing, in designing and making underwater robotic platforms. Where we are now we're raising a seed round of 1.5 million pounds in 3 tranches. That goes with the time to market of about 18 months. Our R&D and development timeline is completely laid out. We already know what we need to do in these 18 months. We have a few LOIs and declarations of intent coming in, and we are defining academic partnerships with universities from three different countries, maybe 4 next week. We have a facility for the workshop in HQ that is ready, available for free, and our team is ready to go. So if you want to start making the robotic revolution possible, you just have to put together a startup bootcamp in Tuco, and then we will make it. We'll get through it together. And that's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. We're just back here, at least from lunch, and I see you're energized, I see you're inspired. So thank you for your energy and as well for showing us more about your startup. Now we already have some questions from mentors and investors. First one, does your technology have applications in rivers or artificially created water pools in addition to seas and oceans?
Yes, of course. The only difference, which I imagine is going to be, is that every body of water, depending on the salinity, on the temperature, on the composition of the water, will have a different composition of the life forms that adhere to the surfaces. So maybe there's going to be some tweaking necessary, because it's not a given that the same amount of energy that you need to cope in a full body. So what I said, the Mediterranean is going to be the same as a lake or a river. But in general terms, yes, it's definitely going to work the same.
Clear. How does your product prevent physical harm to fish, plants, or other items underwater?
Okay. First of all, you have to imagine that the drone has to skim very close to the surface of the vessel. It is a matter of practicality, but also safety, of course. Practicality because, as you know, the intensity of energy emitted from a light source goes with the reverse square of the distance. So if you get much distance from a body, it takes a lot more energy to do the same work. So we need to stay as close as possible to the body of water, and I mean there's not likely to be any other life form except those that we need to stop in the tracks for the biofouling. Even if a fish comes in the trajectory, UVC is only potent enough to penetrate the unicellular organism. So the amount of radiation that the eventual fish is going to get in the time of exposure is not going to be enough to do harm. You would have to put it underneath the direct radiation for, I don't know, minutes or maybe even hours to actually harm a fish. So, but instead, what you get is that the UVC ray they act on the unicellular organisms by breaking the DNA, so they don't even kill them; they just make them unable to reproduce, and that's the mechanism. So if you stop the biofilm, then there's no the biofilm is not there, so the larger organism cannot latch on to the surface.
Understood. Yeah. And to clean 30 years of slime, as you said, that's you need some very clever solutions. Yes.
30 centuries, maybe more. I mean, we don't know probably, but we have quotes from the Greek poets, from even prehistorical sources of the problem of biofouling, and it is in some very ancient works of literature that reference to biofouling and all that. So we know that it has always been a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. I have a question on your business model. Can you tell a bit more about your value-based pricing? So how exactly are you measuring and estimating this value? So cost, revenue, like maybe environmental impact?
Yeah, of course. Every customer is going to be different, because there are some for customers that, of course, are going to be value more the fuel efficiencies, and some others that are going to value more the environmental impact. For instance, we are talking with a major ship operator that lends ships to research entities. Of course, for them, the real value is not the fuel efficiency itself, but the fact that by cleaning the ships, we allow them to enter pristine environments without bringing too many foreign life forms into the environment. So that's going to be the value, and that's going to be the object of the discussion. For commercial shipping, the value that we discuss is largely going to be the fuel efficiency, which, by the way, are enormous. I mean, biofouling can raise the consumption of fuel in a vessel by up to 40%, which is an enormous amount if you think of the amount of fuel that the commercial vessels use every day, every single day that they see. So different operators, they're gonna have a different values. Yachting is again going to be a mix of the two, because of course the yachting is going to value the looks and the cleanliness of the ship, but also the consumption when they actually take it at sea. So we figure that every customer would have to have a personalized discussion about the pricing.
Amazing. I have time, unfortunately, for only one last question, which has got to be our question. Why do you want to join the Starter Bootcamp DeepTech and Robotics from Bo2 Accelerator program?
Because you're one of the top programs in the world, and we think that we need this kind of exposure to make what we're doing come true. And I think that what we're doing is not something that benefits us at a personal level, but also is going to benefit the world and the environment, because that's what is at stake in this kind of industry. So I think that the kind of supplement exposure they can give us can make it become true faster. So that's the reason.
Amazing. Thank you very much for your pitch, for your answers, for answering all the questions. So, I mean, like, right, thoroughly and concisely as well. We appreciate your story. We appreciate your startup. Good luck with the selection room.
Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, from the UK, we go to Egypt for a startup that will be incorporated in the UAE. Their name is Croptimus.
Hi there.
Hello,
How are
Ahmed.
you?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you for asking. Now, we're going to share your slides on the big screen. Actually, I see from the tech team, you need to share your screen with us, please.
Okay, yes. Give me 1 second.
Sure thing. And don't forget that you can use this time if you're a mentor at home or investor to rate Tuco, the startup you just met, Italian team incorporated in the UK.
Okay.
Do we have the screen of Croptimus? Yes, we do. We're gonna plop it up, and you may begin. Ahmed, good luck.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Ahmed Hassanin, founder and CEO of Croptimus. At Croptimus, we are on a mission to revolutionize sustainable agriculture by transforming agricultural waste into customizable biochar using our proprietary technology. Agriculture faces significant challenges today, as 33% of soil worldwide is degraded, while crop yield are dropping by 15% because of salinization and erosion, while 30% of water used in agriculture is used inefficiently. While also environmentally, agriculture is contributed for 26% of greenhouse gas emissions. We need an innovation because this is unsustainable. This is where Croptimus steps in. Our breakthrough biochar solution enhances soil health both in short and long-term solution, increase crop yield up to 26%, conserves water and sequesters CO2. By integrating beneficial microbiomes and microbial and microbiomes into our biochar, we decrease the reliance on synthetic fertilizer while promoting sustainable farming practices. Our proprietary technology Our proprietary technology is a game changer. It efficiently converts agricultural waste into biochar while using cyan gas to cut external energy uses by 50%, reducing our operational cost. This allows us to deliver a consistently high quality biochar at scale. But we're not just about biochar. We also produce activated carbon, wood vinegar, and other valuable byproducts, which creates multiple revenue streams. Our with a global biochar market projected to reach billions of dollars in the upcoming years, Cryptomus is uniquely positioned to capture a significant market share through our localized services and sustainable approach. What drives Cryptomus apart from other competitors like Biochar Solutions, Arrogant Biochar Solutions, is our localized service, customized biochar formulations, and comprehensive products range. Our proprietary technology allows us to cost-effective production and the ability to use distributed channels to be near feedstocks and giving a competitive edge while reducing cost. We've already formed strategic partnerships with Shetlex, okay, to introduce advanced microbiomes into our products, biochar, while also going for partnership with Elder as to introduce Croptomus to carbon credit monetization. We're currently seeking a pre-seed investment of $150,000 to increase our functional prototypes, expand our team, and have more strategic partnerships. Sorry. Our team consists of me, Ahmed Hassan, CEO and founder, with 4 years experience in environmental engineering and product and project management. We have Yusuf Hassanin with 1 year experience in energy engineering and currently a master's in energy engineering. We have also Abdurrahman Atrash with 2 years experience in marketing strategy and Dr. Bassem with 17 years of sales and agri-tech experience. Join us at Croptomus and together we will grow a greener, more reliant world, and thank you.
Very much for your pitch. Thank you very much for telling us about your startup. Now, Croptimus, I see you are as well in the edge, right? Between agri-tech, between DeepTech. I really like your solution. I remember seeing your profile as well when you first applied. The first question is, how do you plan to scale your biochar production technology to meet the needs of large-scale agricultural operations?
We're currently having our own pilot facility here in Egypt. Okay, while we already have designed our industrial process, okay, to go 20 times the current capacity we currently have. What we require right now is confirmation from our partners in ANRI, Agricultural Engineering Institute here in Egypt, to confirm about our scale up. But we're currently ready for industrialization.
Amazing. I love to hear that. We're ready for industrialization. Now, the next question from one of our mentors and investors. Let me see. Can you share a bit more about how your product can be customized to the needs of particular customers?
Okay, as you know, farmers are from fruits to vegetables to trees to a lot of things. Okay, so what we saw in our market is that farmers need one solution to cover all of its requirement. Fertilizer with pesticides with a long-term solution. That's why we introduced microbiomes and biofertilizers into the bioshore of Croptomus. That increased the customizability of bioshore. Okay, let me give you an example. We used a certain types of microbiomes with bioshore. It increased the crop yield of carrots by 50%.
I love when we get examples as well. That's a question we get repeatedly from startups. So to all startups watching, examples are always great. Next question. Do you have data or estimates as to how much crop yield and organic soil carbon your solution generates?
Currently, we're okay. Can you repeat the question? Because I think
Absolutely. Data or estimate as to how much crop yield and organic soil carbon your solution generates.
Yes, of course. As for the crop yield, we are going from 26%. Okay, we used it on beetroot. Okay, in a field study, while going to 50% used on carrots. It highly depends on the type of soil that we use it on and what degree of degradation it's on. Okay, while we're currently sequestering CO2 for every ton of biochar used, we sequester 2 tons of CO2 estimated.
Amazing. Next question. What are the current challenges you are facing while building the technology?
Our main challenge, I think, it's for currently financial limitations to go for the industrial level. Okay, as I mentioned, we have our pilot facility, but we need to go to the industrial scale as our demand here in Egypt is increasing exponentially, and we don't have the financials to go with this demand.
Yeah, go.
Indeed, maybe I can follow up directly with a question within the financial sphere. How do you imagine all the different revenue streams for your product?
We're currently, as I've mentioned, we have 4 main products: biochar and its customizability. We have an activated carbon for the purification industry. We're currently having wood vinegar as for pesticides. We're currently having cyan gas that we currently use in our process to cut the energy expenses. Okay, while we're also providing licensing and facilitation model for our machine, as we designed our machine by ourselves.
I see. Now, to my team, one question or two questions? Two questions. Fantastic. Fundamental question about the pyrolysis as a process. It's rather energy intensive versus traditional processing such as composting and anaerobic digesting. Isn't that partially also your competition? So I think it's a little bit about the energy intensiveness of pyrolysis. So how are you going to tackle that? And also, how does it compete with composting in or aerobic digesting?
As I've mentioned, we're currently using our cyan gas in our pilot facility to cut the cost of natural gas we use in our pyrolysis reactor to cut it by 50%. But in our industrialization design, we also made a more efficient way to use our cyan gas to increase the use of external natural gas by 70%. Okay, while also we put some metrics on the pyrolysis with our control system to increase the yield of biochars that comes out of agricultural waste, which reduces the time we use pyrolysis.
Makes sense. So, well, cutting time indeed then cuts the energy usage. Now, last question. Why do you want to join the Startup Bootcamp Accelerator?
Because of course, your networking and your mentorship. When I looked at it, it's what Cryptomus currently needs for us to go to the extra step to be industrialized and go for the whole world.
Thank you so much. Right?
Thank
Very
you.
inspiring pitch, great solution. And we can't wait to hear the feedback from mentors, investors, and from our selection committee. Thank you very much. Have a great day
Thank
ahead.
Good
you
luck.
too. Yeah.
Well, I think that was a very good and passionate start of the afternoon session.
Yeah.
Because indeed, it's always nice to see the founders who take so personally the mission of their startup.
Absolutely.
And before we proceed to the next one, which would be here in the Netherlands, actually, just a kind reminder, do not forget to ask questions, even if we don't ask them all during this specific time frame. Still, we will address them after the selection day, so we will help you cast your vote on Matching Stars.
Yeah, and they get them fast because we make a selection as fast as we can. And then now we're getting a lot of questions more towards the end when we're running out of time. So if you're the first one to ask, you're the first one for sure to get them asked to the startups. And we appreciate, of course, your engagement on the questions and on Matching Stars. Now, the next startup is all the way from the Netherlands, right, Sabina?
Exactly. We are going to meet the founders of Ethics, and let's welcome them on our virtual stage.
Hello,
Hello.
Lois. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Can you see me?
Yes,
We
and
can
we
see
can
you and hear you.
here
You can
perfectly.
see, all right, great. So my solution is, we just have 3 minutes, right?
1 second for the slides to go up, and your
Yes.
slides are now up. You can go.
All right, okay. My startup is called FX. I'm the founder and CEO of this startup. And like you can see, we enable the sustainable workplace. FX is an environmental reporting solution that's powered by IoT, AI, deep tech, and interactive gamification. So we're doing something that actually isn't, a sense, present, but we're doing it in a much more automated and interesting, interactive way. So just to get started, I'm just going to reference a study that was conducted by Sage Software, PwC, and Strand Partners. And that's currently the de facto study for small business, SMBs, actually. And the key findings of the study were that about 8 in 10, this is a study conducted in 2023, so it's pretty recent. 83% SME said that sustainability is important to them, but only 8% are measuring and reporting. 58% are already making commitments to key stakeholders. Again, 8% are measuring and reporting. 60% are taking steps to become more sustainable. 8% are reporting. 1 in 5 say they are highly engaged, but only 8% are reporting. Now, 80% of respondents to a Deutsche Bank survey said that they want investments to be associated with companies that are positively impacting the world. Where does this all lead to? Certain challenges. Even if you want to be sustainable, even if you want to report, what are the challenges? We see that the study concluded that 73% reported that upfront costs of reporting were one of the key challenges. Current reporting standards present several complexities, reported by 65% of them. Administrative effort in dedicating staff, data collection and management, automation of this data collection and management, report building. So we have a 360-degree solution for sustainability reporting that's driven by IoT automation, interactive gamification, and deep tech called FX, and how it solves the small business challenge. And this is purely targeted at small businesses, small to micro businesses. It is comprehensive. It takes the entire journey end to end, from data collection to generation of reports, multiple formats of reports. It's cost effective, very budget friendly, automated through IoT and AI, API integrations with different kind of financial accounting softwares. It's low on admin. You don't have to do a thing. Basically, just leave it, just fill a few details, and boom, it's done. Gamified, sustainable scores are generated. We are going to connect it to a marketplace where you actually have certain sustainable products that you can get in. There's a report builder, a CRM solution can be integrated to it. Why they need to do it, you know the drill, but I will come to it if we have extra time. Now, FX, what are the features? We have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reporting, which is powered by device, hardware automated device, which plugs into your meters and basically generates the values. And on a continuous basis, we generate it on a dashboard. We display it on a dashboard. We have a report builder, which is very simple to build, which addresses double materiality for CSRD, GRI reports, EU taxonomy for sustainable finance, and levels for infrastructure projects. Multiple reports from a single data, a source of stream of data. interactive gamification, basically to get you very engaged to the platform. And what makes us unique? It's a multi-protocol device which kind of connects to different protocols of different geographies. Now we have it connected to the European Benelux protocol of P1. We are going to the S0 we have the S0 protocol also connected with the device. HAN, we have it compatible with Linky and Smets, which is for France and UK, which is in progress, not done as yet. It's a very low power, low carbon footprint device. We're chanting our own mantra here. And that needs to be recharged only once in 6 months to a year, depending on your usage. And the report builder is very simplified. That is a unique feature wherein it has 4 different kind of reports that you can generate in addition to the standard ones. Gamified interface, connected marketplace, and this is what the device looks like. We obviously can make it look a little better. I really don't think it is the most beautiful device that is there, but it's a palm-sized form factor. And the good part of it is that it's a reset device. It's a sleep and wake device. You can very easily kind of customize it to have a better form factor as well. What's our tech and what's our deep tech is here, and that's there. We are using PyTorch algorithms for trend and usage pattern analysis, time series ARIMA, and we're using variational autoencoders for semi-supervised learning for the classification of data that we done out of the accounting systems. We integrated with APIs for Zoho, QuickBooks. We are getting integrated, I beg your pardon. Zoho is the only one that is done right now. QuickBooks, ebook, and all the rest of it, like you can see. We are taking benchmark data, but we plan to integrate with CDP to kind of get better benchmark data. We integrated with Chamber of Commerce and Business Registries to capture company information. So this is the completed stages that you can see. I can share this presentation as well so that you can have a look at it. So some of these are in progress. It has been tested by a couple of small businesses. One of them is an engineering, small business engineering company, and a garments trading company as well, based in Leiden. One was that's the other company is based in Hohn. So these are the test customers as of now, and there are a few more letters of intent on the way. Basically, we've had an overwhelming response to some of the early interactions we've had with small businesses, and I see the possibility of many more businesses actually, small businesses basically using our solution. We work on a SaaS model. We have a marketplace commission on affiliate model, API consulting basis. We are going to go into the expert consulting mode as well. Syndicated reports we would create. And the growth path is this. We are compliant with Benelux, Germany, and Scandinavia right now. And phase 2 would have UK, France, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Phase 3 with US, Canada, and APAC integrated. We plan to cover close to 100 million small organizations, much beyond the 100,000 that are mandated by CSRD. And they have a lot of good reasons to report, which is a slide that I skipped. These are the two of us. Myself, I'm Lewis. I'm an entrepreneur with around 20 years of experience, done a lot of tech, managed businesses. Sam is specialized in the sustainability track, not present today, but he will be. And this is a quick look at the TAM, SAM, and SOM. So financial projections, looking at an investment raise of 75,000 to address certain objectives. Why I would like to join the bootcamp, among the best top accelerators in the world. Global network, industry expert mentors, investor reach support group to see through the ups and downs of the business. That is it from FX.
And thank you. Thank you very much for a very nice overview. I already have quite a lot of questions. So dear mentors, thank you and keep them coming. How can you elaborate more on how exactly you have this gamification component and make it more engaging for people who may not be from this sector?
All right. So the gamification is based on usage, basically. So because what we are trying to do is to facilitate daily, like a startup does daily active usage or monthly active usage, MAUs, DAUs. So fundamentally, every single task or activity that is performed by a client, starting from the login, generates a point score for them, which is displayed on their dashboard. And with this gamification scores, we would basically be also connecting a marketplace. We would be offering some sort of rebates from the marketplace based on your gamification scores.
Clear. And why do you decide to focus on small businesses? Because perhaps there could be also value in local governments, regulatory organs.
We would love to have the whole world as our clients, but basically we're targeting on a space because the kind of niche that is present right now, CSRD mandates are already in force for a lot of large businesses. Small businesses are just going to be mandated starting from 20 to 40 million businesses constituting about 100,000 businesses right now are supposed to be on the radar for the next set. And then it's going to be the turn of small to micro businesses. There has been, the study concludes that there have been a lot of requests for stakeholder compliance reports. So every small business who's going to be a client or who's going to be a vendor for somebody is bound to produce such reports. So there is no escaping. You have to be part of the sustainability program or agenda.
Clear. And then to follow up, for the customers, can you elaborate on the privacy configurations?
Yes, this is GDPR. We are totally going with the GDPR norms of based on our privacy policy, which very well sets the conditions, and you're very well in the clear basically on the data that you have and with requests for deletion, updation, etc. So that's very clear because we're using a stream of data as well from the meters and also securing data based on employees. We're not using PIIs or publicly, any sort of private information of that kind except for the public data of companies. So in essence, that's the...
To my team, one question more or two more? Two more questions, fantastic. But they gotta be short answers though. I just got from them. Quick one from me. What has been the feedback for your solution so far? What have people most enjoyed, and what improvements they want to see incorporated?
As of yet, yes, there's been really good feedback. I mean, I'm not bragging, but we went to the market. We personally had some conversations. So it's really the fact that we actually put it as a low-priced solution and an automation-driven, hardware-driven solution, which basically means that it's going to have very, very minimal admin involvement and easy to produce reports. Reports is something a lot of people do not understand, how to prepare a report, what exactly, and they tend to kind of invest a lot into consultants. So when you kind of just go in with a minimal price point SaaS solution where the report builds by itself, the report is kind of self-built. These are the things that really kind of appeal to the audience, appeal to the businesses that we have spoken to as yet.
I think very clear, comprehensive overview. So then we have our last question, our signature question. Why Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? What do you want to get out of it?
Well, I really think that at the stage that I am in right now, we just have a few letters of intent, we have some kind of traction in the market. I think there is a lot that can be improved, and there's a lot of, there can be a lot more that can be included. And that's where I need a lot of market intelligence from senior experts. That's one thing. And also, that's the mentorship that I'm chasing, basically. Also understanding the markets in depth from an expert standpoint. So basically, so that, I can strategize in accordance and create some sort of GTM based on that. So there is some immense value that I'm thinking that I certainly do believe that Startup Bootcamp can bring into a business like mine. And I'm an expat founder, by the way. I'm here on a startup visa, and I think that as much as I have the benefit of a co-founder who understands the Dutch market, I think more the merrier. More I can get as inputs out of experts, little industry experts. And I know that you have a huge bunch of experts actually as part of the Startup Bootcamp network. And I think that could be priceless.
Well, I think very clear motivation. So what we can say is good luck to you on the next step.
Good luck, and thank you for pitching here today. See you soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Well, now we are traveling quite far, actually. We're traveling to Chile to see a startup that's about to be incorporated in USA, Sarah Trade. Let's welcome them on stage.
Hello, everybody.
Hola, Valentina. Buenos dias. We hear you. Do you hear us?
Okay, yes, I can hear you. Very glad to meet you.
Amazing. Well, we are happy to see you, and we're excited to hear your pitch.
Thank you very much. Can I just start?
Yes.
Okay. So did you know that in Latin America, it takes over 30 days to close just one environmental asset transaction? This is an actual real offer from a Dutch climate asset trader to a Chilean company. The traders are not even from Latin America, so it's just a cold email, no context, 100% in English. The prices are in dollars, and this, believe it or not, is the only mean of contact in the market right now. So the result of this is that companies implement really complex internal safety measures that makes the payment process about 30 days long. So in the end, to close the deal, traders will redeem the assets irreversibly and then are cash trapped for 30 days. We are Zero Trade, and we're trying to solve this, starting by a very special type of climate asset called renewable energy certificates, or IREX, which is booming in Latin America right now. So our goal is to reduce time from redemption to payment from 10 to 30 working days to 15 to 30 minutes, and to reduce costs from international transactions by 29%. But how will we do this, you ask? With three main key features. First, with blockchain tokenization, which enables cross-currency trading, reducing costs. As you know, every Latin American country has its own currency, not like in the European nation. In the custodial model, we secure asset custody until the payment is confirmed, and then we wait for redemption. And in the automated processes that we have integrated an instant KYC, a contract generation, and error prevention. But why are we special? We would be the first regulated IREC platform operator in Latin America. We would be the first decentralized platform for climate trading regulated by the Chilean financial market, and we're blockchain ready. We have unique expertise in blockchain technology, which is rarely utilized in Latin America, enabling cost reduction for international transactions. What is our customer traction? We know the ecosystem. We were there in the International IREC Foundation gathering in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we got a letter of intent from a huge Latin American climate asset trader who promised to host 1,000 renewable energy certificates after our launch. Our business model is pretty straightforward. For a sales volume of $1,000, we were charged as $165, composed of a 5% trading fee and a $0.095 per megawatt hour redemption fee, all charged to the buyer. How would we use your money at BCM? We would first go to Amsterdam. Then we would use it for legal compliance, which is very important for us. We would improve our awesome product, which is already so close to launching. We would increase our runway until our pre-seed series. So basically, this is our team. We are experts in innovation and sustainability, in blockchain technology, and in the design thinking methodology implemented especially in engineering. Why do we want to be in Startup Bootcamp? Mainly because we know Europe is the most developed climate asset trade ecosystem in the world. We know you have top-tier network of mentors that we are dying to try out. And we seek guidance and advice in blockchain and climate tech because we know that in our region, it's not as developed as it is over there. So we're very excited about that. So thank you very much. We are Zero Trade. I'm Valentina Levitz, our CTO. And in Zero Trade, being green is made easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. Very clear, very sharp as well, have to say. And we love seeing female founder representation, especially in a domain such as deep tech. So congratulations.
So we already have some first questions coming in. So if we're talking about the market, so you plan to start with Latin America. Can you elaborate a bit on how you plan to onboard Latin American companies who may be unfamiliar with environmental asset markets, regulatory compliance? So basically everything that your product is helping with.
Yes, absolutely. So it's important to highlight that customers actually are the climate asset traders. They would be directly using our platforms. So a lot of the clients that we would get, or the companies that we would get, are already clients of our clients. However, it's also a part of the development that we want to give to the platform to onboard these clients of our clients to better grow the ecosystem. So at the moment, what we are doing is that Latin America is very niche, especially Chile, and it's one of the first countries that is going forth with regulations regarding compensation. So we are just going in there kind of personally knowing the big actors, which we have been lucky to know personally, the big companies that are leading the way. For example, Copec, which is one of the biggest energy companies in Chile and in Latin America in general. And we are seeing their excitement and their commitment face to face, and they're just kind of looking for us, and we are maintaining this personal connection with them. Thankfully, Latin America is kind of more familiar environment to grow in that way.
Of course, and then maybe you can also walk us through your plan on how you will capture the whole geography. So which country you start with, and then timeline of capturing the whole market.
Okay, incredible. So the main countries that have implemented carbon offset regulations is Chile, Peru, Colombia, and a little bit behind, but yes, Argentina. So at the moment, what we're doing is not only are we trying to make alliances with the big energy companies, because in the end, they are the ones that are generating the IREX. So we're trying to host their IREX first, so going for the big fishes first. And then we're going to the industries that are more energy that need more energy to function. So, for example, mining companies in Chile, very big mining companies exist, and also in the region for agriculture that use a lot of energy to function. So, what we're doing is we're going specifically for these sectors first and capturing the IREX from the big energy companies that are generating them in Latin American sectors.
It's amazing. I think it's indeed coming as well from South America. It's so important to create our own solutions, right? That can tackle our issues in a way that perhaps companies from abroad just don't understand how to do it, and will charge as well, let's say, some exorbitant fees for the local reality. We do have a fantastic question again. Explain as if you were explaining to a child. What is your startup about?
Okay. As if my little brother was in front of me. Okay, so Nicolas, we are trying to make the people that sell the certificates that make sure that companies can say that they are using green energy as easy as possible by making the exchange between the countries that you know, like Argentina, you remember when we went to Buenos Aires, as cheap as possible because of the technology that is behind it.
I love this explanation.
Me too. Love it.
Well, we have some more questions. So, how do you plan to integrate your solution where it is needed the most? So, for example, in countries where internet connectivity even might be an issue.
Okay, that is a very good question because, of course, in that sense, it's challenging. Right now, the market that exists, literally, it's just emails going around, and most of the traders that exist are not even Latin American. So to think about it without internet connection is difficult. I would say that the way that we will try to integrate countries that are not as easily integrated, like, for example, I don't know, Costa Rica or Bolivia, who don't have a very big green electricity matrix, for example, so they cannot provide their companies with renewable energy certificates from their specific region, is that we would create a way to streamline from countries that have very big green electricity matrices like Chile or Brazil that go from the 60 or the 75% in order to compensate the energy production of regions of countries that are in the same region, but maybe a little bit more far away, in kind of a collaboration structure or scheme. I would say that this is not responding specifically about the non-connection part of it, but I think that it's not very necessary because it just needed to be registered. You know, it doesn't matter if they have internet all the time. It's just that eventually the transaction would go off. But I think that the important part is to create these alliances and to have the awareness that there are countries in the regions that have 70% of green energy in their electricity matrices, and there are some that don't even have solar panels, you know. So it's to have this awareness that some of these companies will not have access to the same opportunities to be green and access to certifications that will allow them to go to international markets as easily as you would have it in other bigger countries that are more connected with European or with the North Hemisphere in general.
Well, I think that was a brilliant, very comprehensive answer. Coming a bit more from relations side, what type of mentors would you need the most at this point?
Oof, I'm so excited about this, to be honest, because okay, so I've been in blockchain for more than 5 years, So that means that basically it was just me and some three other guys 5 years ago, in Chile. I know the whole environment of Web3 in Chile, a lot of it in Colombia, a lot of it in Mexico, and it has really been so cool to grow in this environment in Latin America. We were lucky enough to be invited to Ethereum Chile, for example, to do a workshop and as panelists in the FinTech Chilean event. So we really have like our position there. However, I know in my heart that I know nothing, I mean, I know a lot, but I know that in the Northern Hemisphere, in European countries, especially in countries like the Netherlands, you have so much experience in technology, in applying these technologies in real life use cases, that I'm dying to get some technology guidance in showing my platform and for them to let me know how I can scale it in a real way based on evidence, because in Latin America we don't have that. I don't have other projects in which to base myself on. So I just really want to learn and bring that back to my country, really.
Thank you so much. It is so inspiring. See, this is what we mean, that what do we do here? Why are we here, right? Like, this is it, guys. For everybody watching at home, this is it. It's people with a dream. It's people wanting to change the world. It's people wanting to make their country proud, to work together, to learn, to teach. Thank you so much for this amazing pitch. It was so inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed it a lot. Have a really nice day, guys.
Gracias. Ciao, ciao. And now it is definitely time for another startup.
Look, one inspiring founder after another.
Well, okay, now it's my pleasure, of course, to introduce a startup all the way from my home country, Brazil. It's time for Zof AI. Zofia. Help me not butcher the name, because translating sometimes a bit difficult. Bom dia, Túlio.
Zofia, because in Brazil is EA, no AI.
Perfect, Zofia. Now we're gonna share your slides on the big screen, and then you'll be ready to pitch, and the floor is yours. Good luck.
Hey guys, so my name is Tulio. I'm representing Zofia. And what is Zofia? Zofia is a tool to support healthcare professionals that uses the patient's speech to identify traits of mental health disorders using AI and mathematical models. The problem is we have an overloaded healthcare system. Half of the world will experience some form of mental health disorder, and trust me, alone, doctors and hospitals will not be able to handle this increased demand. For example, in our city, there is one psychiatrist per 1,000 people. That's not normal. So AI appears as a solution. It works very well with predictable and repetitive conditions, but it fails with unpredictable, complex, and dynamic situations, just like MIT showed for the COVID and CNN for driverless cars. Imagine this traffic in the mental health field. So our solution corrects this by combining AI with mathematical models. For example, in this image, what do you guys see? Circumferences? Yeah, classical AIs would say exactly the same, but we don't. Using geometry mathematical models, we can see the different shapes of mental health diseases that people usually can't. So we have a paper about the first prototype. AI alone achieved access 62% to try to identify schizophrenic speeches. Our solution achieved access 99%. So that's what we do. We try to give shape for mental health diseases. In the left, there is a schizophrenic speech. In the middle, there is a speech with traits of schizophrenia. And in the right, there is a speech without any relation to the disorder. Now you can see the different shapes that people usually can't, but we can. So this is our first prototype. It's not... Okay, so this is our first prototype. You can see that while the patient speaking, our solution analyzes the patient's speech and providing indications for the mental health provider, indicating the presence or absence of traits of mental health disorders. We have 600,000 mental health professionals in Brazil, and we expect to reach about 10% of these in the next 3 years. Our competitors, all of them, use the classical AI. They don't use geometry, they don't use mathematical models, so they can't see the different shapes that we can. We want to reach the B2B, hospitals, clinics, and the B2G market with public hospitals and directly doctors. We see ourselves as a SaaS in a subscription model, and we want to expand our solution not only for schizophrenia, but for other mental diseases like autism, anxiety, depression. We have a business, scientific, and a tech team. Just to bring some background about our technology, we are tracking disease with geometry mathematical models since 2014 as a previous startup. We worked with the Brazilian Ministry of Health during the FIFA World Cup, the Olympic Games, and with UNICEF in Malawi. We track COVID with UCL, and back in 2021, we sold the first startup, and now, since 2022, we are entering the field of mental health with Sophia, a new startup. We are conducting clinical tests with patients. We got almost 150 patients, and after this validation phase, we will launch Sophia for the market. Recently, we were selected by Santander as one of the most innovative startups in Brazil, and we won the Harvard Hackathon. Let's reshape the future of mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very serious topic indeed, a very serious solution. So we thank you, of course, for working on a new startup to tackle such a challenging topic. Now we have some questions already coming in. How do you take into account the emotional aspects of mental health or nuances of how different cultures see mental health, which may be hard to capture?
Yeah, the mental health diagnosis is very hard because it's very subjective and it changes a lot from cultures. So we want to conduct multi centers tests with different countries, in US, in Europe, in Brazil also, so we can capture those nuances.
How will the model handle multiple languages and dialects?
Yeah, I think that's part of the last question. We need not only to test our solution in Brazil because it's just a part of the solution. We need to expand for other countries, and that's something that are in our plans, and we expect to do it.
So you aim to start in Brazil and then expand it after, or do you already aim to build it for another country? What is your idea?
No, we expect to start in Brazil to validate here in Brazil, so we can after this go to other countries.
Amazing. Well, Brazil is a very large country, 230 million people, as far as I understand, and mental health, of course, is a huge challenge in all countries right now, but especially in developing countries. Now, how would you get your technology approved and put to use in an easy way?
Yeah, the first step is to get it approved after our validation. Right now, we are getting the approval for the institutional review board from the hostels, but for being big, we need the FDA in Brazil is Anvisa. We need to get its validation. It's something not quite difficult because we don't directly deal with patients. We got only the data, and so it's not that hard. And what's our second question? I didn't listen. Sorry.
How would you get it used easily?
Oh yeah, we need to get the doctors right. So I think that's a huge problem because the doctors they don't need a new tool in a hospital field that will make their work harder. So we are thinking about integrating our solution into something that already exists. For example, electronic health record. So we want to be integrated into that solutions.
Question, if I may,
of course.
Interrupt. So on the AI model, how do you train it, considering that, of course, mental health is very specific from person to person?
So our medical team, they're going to hospitals, to the psychiatry sectors. They collect the data from the patient. They collect the audios. Then we get those audios and we train our AI. But what's the geometry thing, the mathematical thing that I told us? Is giving shape for the mental health. So I show it to you, the schizophrenic speech. That's what we do. We got the audio. Each point of that graph is a word, and we give shape for that, and then the AI analyzes the pattern.
Wow. I mean, developing visual patterns to diagnose. I mean, what a great insight. Can you elaborate a little bit more, since you mentioned mathematics? What are the two other aspects, a part of mathematics, that Sophia is focusing on?
Okay, so I think that the two most important things for us is to give a more objective tool to the healthcare professionals to identify mental health disorders. Because as I said, it's very subjective. It's very hard to diagnose. Some diagnoses take years. So we are focusing on make an earlier diagnosis and help the doctors and to solve the problem of the huge wait line. Because in Brazil, to get in the public system, to get a consultation with appointment with a doctor, it takes 6 months, 5 months. It's a huge problem. So we want to reach that too.
Absolutely. I think in New York as well, they're putting nurses in public transport to help identify earlier, right, as well, cases of schizophrenia and how they can better support. So we see that as a trend worldwide. Can you explain the issues around consent to analyze a patient's speech? So how do you tackle consent?
Yeah. Right now, we are getting a signature of each patient to get the audio, but in the future, that's not possible. So as I said, we want to integrate our solution into something that already exists, that already have those improvements. So we don't need to get all of the for each patient a different approval.
Amazing.
Clear.
You
Maybe
can do
if
one
I
and then
can
I do the,
sneak in
yeah.
another question. So, what are the core challenges that you face while developing this technology?
So I think that it's very hard because each mental health disease has a totally different pattern, and we have to collect a lot of data to capture those patterns. And that's something that we are working on, because like a patient that has schizophrenia but he is more how can I say, controlled, is different from a patient that is not controlled. And that's something that's very hard because there is different stages of each disease, you know.
Absolutely. Well, final question and our golden question. What do you hope to achieve during your Startup Bootcamp Accelerator program?
Yeah, we are here because we need to go to market. We have a huge scientific team. We were born at the university, but we don't know how to achieve the market in the right way. And I think that's it. That the program can help us a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your pitch. Thank you for working on such an important issue of today's health system and age, like actually in general, right? And I want to thank you again for your time, for your great answers, clear pitch, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you and good
very
luck.
much. Thank you, guys.
All right. Wow.
That was, again, yet another very, very inspiring founder. I think what I really like about today is that we have so many different domains and so many different applications of the deep tech technology that, you cannot get bored.
No, you can't get bored. And I think for our investors, creating a diversified portfolio, right, is the nature of both too. And I think that also makes it really such a vibrant investment opportunity. Now we're going to go for the next startup. They are currently in Canada to be incorporated in the Netherlands. I'm talking about SLE Enterprises. Hello, how are you doing today?
Very good. I am unable to now share. Previously, it was working, but your system is not able to, the share thing is not coming up.
Let's see. So do you see
Slide
right
deck.
next to your camera button a screen share button?
Yeah, it's previously it was working, but now it is not. I don't see my PowerPoint in the share button.
I see. Maybe what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get you to log out and log back in again, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Just press refresh.
Maybe leave and then come back. Yeah.
100%.
Of course. And in the meantime, maybe we can use this opportunity all to go to Matching Stars. Remember all of the amazing stories that you heard today during the afternoon or even morning session, and just rate the startups. Again, quicker, just put a star to the ones that you think belong in the program, or provide more detailed feedback. That is, of course, even better.
Yeah, in this afternoon we saw Tuco from Italian team in the UK. We saw Croptimus from Egypt. We saw FX from the Netherlands, Zero Trade from Chile, and now Zofia from Brazil. We're about to start with SLE Enterprises from Canada. As soon as they're back, the team will put them on the screen. Now, if you want to get involved with Startup Bootcamp, you can join one of our many many events. We are always looking forward to connecting with you, and there are many opportunities in and outside of the program. Okay. Oh, I get from the team. Okay, if you want to connect with Startup Bootcamp events, drop your email in the comment box, and we're gonna reach out to you. Just needed to say that.
Exactly.
Let's go, SLE Enterprises. We are ready for your pitch. Can you
Perfect.
press present just so we're sure that it's working?
Yeah, I am already in presenter mode.
So we see you have to go back to PowerPoint because the presenter mode is not going to skip the slides. So you have to present directly from the PowerPoint window.
It is not showing up in your screen?
So when you press present, I don't see slides moving.
Huh.
Yeah, I think do you have two monitors at the moment?
No, I have only one monitor.
Okay. And are you sharing your entire screen?
Yeah, I am sharing the entire screen.
Or just the app? Because if you share just the app, that can happen. But if you share your entire screen, normally it could work. But worst case scenario, yeah, I think the best thing for you to do.
Okay, saying that not in presenter mode, basically. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you can also hide your notes if you want to make your slides bigger, and then the floor will be yours.
Okay.
Because now we see your notes, just for information.
Yeah, so let me see. How about this? Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see your slides.
Full screen now?
No, just your slides inside of PowerPoint.
Huh. That's a problem.
Well, you try to share your screen one more time.
Yeah, let me just. What you are seeing now? Can you see anything?
We see your PowerPoint window with the slides next to it.
Okay.
And no notes.
No. And if I click this, what do you see?
Sorry, what did you say?
I clicked it and make it full screen. Can you see it full screen now?
We don't see full screen. So what would happen is if you do like this and you press next slide, we're not going to be able to see your next slide. So I just highly advise you to just go straight from the PowerPoint window.
Okay, so I will do it this way. Is that
so just
are you
take
able to see
your time.
now the screens?
Perfect.
Yeah, now we see the slides moving.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so
Thank
much. Sorry about this. So this is SLE Enterprises. SLE stand for Scalable Liquid Encapsulation. As you know, in our day-to-day products like nutraceutical, even cosmetics that we have, it is all made up of encapsulation, where you have the active ingredient, which is the core, surrounded by a shell layer. Unfortunately, the machines or the technology that is producing these things today is of low to moderate high throughput, need new, very limited in terms of core shell combination, definitely high energy costs, and all of this introduces microplastic. At SLE, we have revolutionized this by creating a liquid-liquid encapsulation system where we simply dispense the core drop, the analyte that you want to protect, by an interfacial shell layer which is floating in a house bath. By a complex interfacial mechanics, it gets secured and wrapped. So here you can see that there is a yellow shell layer, and when I drop this, the core, it gets completely encapsulated, and these are all stable encapsulation. Of course, we have patent, we have publications and so forth to back this technology. Since we are impact driven, we are at least 10 times high in terms of throughput. We have tried at least 15 different core shell combinations. We are at least 5,000 times less energy intensive, and definitely no microplastics. If you look at the key vertical market sector that we are targeting is nutraceutical, cosmetic, and even now this new area, which is experience-driven drink products and food and beverages industry. So if we just look at the encapsulation industry in total and the soft gel machines that are used currently to produce this product, if we just capture the 20%, which SLE aims in the next 5 years, we are talking about revenues upwards of 100 million per year. We are backed with a scientific team, myself, who is a professor with more than 20 plus years experience and entrepreneurship. My postdoc, who is also a PhD, a co-inventor of this technology, who is currently part of the team. And then we have excellent mentorship, both from Netherlands, from Hightech Excel, and from University of Waterloo. So welcome to SLE is a new way of looking at encapsulation, and we'd love to take any question, comments. On the right, you see the minimum viable product already we have developed. I don't know whether the video will play, but also you can show that it shows that these are robust kind of encapsulation products that we are able to deliver through this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your pitch, and thank you as well for showing a video. Always great. Now, what are the benefits of, what benefits your B2B consumers are gaining? And what are the gains for these consumers?
Yeah, so we are actually fabulous company. I can maybe provide quickly the business model, if you will. So this kind of clarifies the business model that we are doing. So if you look at, we are fabulous company. So is this slide visible to you? Yeah.
Yes.
So you can see that being a fabulous company, we can directly go to B2B as well as B2C. So B2B, for example, other companies were already in this encapsulation machine they're using. We can replace the existing machine with ours. And not only that, since these machines almost, you can think about these are Keurig machines. So you put the recipe in, it can deliver a new product of encapsulation. So they are connected, these machines are connected by 5G network, and then we can actually access a lot of data from this 5G network. So this can also be a revenue stream, as I've shown here, in terms of creating new products where we have the know-how, what parameters of the core shell, height of the impact, all these needs to be changed so that we can create a new product, new market as well. So these benefits are possible.
Absolutely. Could you share specific use cases of this for food and beverage and cosmetics?
Yeah, so let's talk about the food. For example, now, things like the beverages company who want to create some, say, honey in a Pepsi drink, right? So in our case, we are able to create completely encapsulated honey, and then based on the pressure of your tongue, it can release the honey in a sustained way with the drink. So these are what we call experience-driven drink product. In cosmetic, for example, these kind of anti-aging collagen products, so you can press with your thumb and it can release again the required active ingredient. Nutraceuticals like omega-3, classic example, where now it has been already shown the existing products that you have in the market are bringing microplastic in your bloodstream. And that is, of course, is a huge health concern, and also EU has put a ban on use of microplastic. So our technology addressed this right on by creating a new mechanism of encapsulation where you don't need any microplastic to be introduced in the system.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I think that is clear. But then the question following up from that is, how do you secure and sustain this competitive advantage directly in the market?
It's a very good question. So what we are saying is that our is a fabulous company. So we are connecting with the OEMs, local, for example, in this case, Dutch OEM will make the machine. So making the machine is very simple. It's a very low cost. So if you look at the current soft gel machines versus us, our machine is almost 1/3 of low cost. However, in terms of the number of encapsulation per hour, it is definitely 5 times more number of encapsulation per hour it can generate. So for a company, it will be reduce the cost, reduce the complexity of the machine, so they don't need any kind of trained manpower or human resource to technicians to change different components if they want to really on the fly create a new experience driven products or encapsulated products. So I think this is the value addition that we are bringing into the table. None other industry verticals or other competitors are able to do this.
I mean, it's 3 minutes for the presentation, so we have a mentor just asking to recap one part. What material the encapsulation is made of?
So all these are liquid materials. So liquid flows. The shell is a liquid. We start with the ingredients. That's the beauty of it. If you look at all the chemical compounds, their actual active state is all in liquid state. Current system of soft gel and all that, they start with a liquid stock, then they have to solidify it. So thermal process. So these are all energy intensive process. We cut off all this requirement. We start with the chemical stock itself, which is all in liquid phase.
Fantastic. Do we have time for 2 more questions, team? 2 more? Do you want to ask one?
Yes. So what I want to ask is, can you elaborate a bit more on the pricing strategy of your product, given that it will also be across different industries, probably?
Yeah, so this is a very good question. So what we see is that two kind of revenue, or rather I would say three kind of revenue model. One is a direct, so we replace the existing machine that the companies are using. As I mentioned, our machine is at least 1/3, 1/4 in terms of the cost, because we don't have complex rollers, machinery, and so forth. Very simple system, as you have seen the MVP itself. So that is a direct revenue stream. The second revenue stream is to the B2C part of it, where we can be a contract manufacturing, in the sense that a company who, for example, Weber Natural, they say, hey, can you produce 500,000 encapsulated capsule for us? We can do it on the fly, less time, with a less minimum requirement of these materials, and a sustainable way. So there's again a stream of revenue. And the third stream, which we see can grow eventually, because today we may be thinking of a product, but down the road we may have a vision of another product which we don't know yet. So by applying this 5G network and machine learning and AI, what we are doing, we are actually self-learning ourselves. What are the shell core combination? What are the operating parameters? Then we can actually create a new product that we cannot even envision ourselves through machine learning. So these are the three revenue streams that we see could be quite attractive for SLE.
Fantastic. Startup Bootcamp, 3-month accelerator program, network, mentors, learning. What do you aim to take out of the accelerator program of DeepTech and Robotics, both two?
So the first is definitely connecting with the right OEMs to scale up this from MBV to a more scale up machine. The second is to set up the business team, because we need to have more customer engagement so that we can go use a lot of this use case, so that we can run our machine to demonstrate that these use cases are possible. And third, definitely, like any startup, access to capital. So hopefully, but through these your program will help us to achieve these three goals in a very accelerated and rapid way.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, right? I mean, great pitch, great presentation. We have so many more questions about the shelf life, how to push maximum companies. We have so many more, but we have to run to the next pitches, unfortunately, but we will send you the questions. We're going to address it as well for Mentors Leader. Thank you so much for your pitch. Good luck in the selection room, and we will stay in touch.
Okay, bye-bye. So I leave this.
So we only have, if I'm not mistaken,
Two more.
three pitches left.
3 pitches, yeah,
Three
correct.
pitches left. I cannot believe it once again, because time passes very quickly today, because we jump from one industry to another, one domain, one story to the next one. So it's very dynamic indeed. And now we are going to Mexico to a company, Automata Systems, that's about to be incorporated in the USA. Let's welcome them on stage.
Hola, Luis.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hola. Very good, thank you. And you? Good afternoon over there.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Well, excited to pitch?
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Fantastic.
Then go for it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Luis. I'm CEO and founder of Automata Systems. We are digitization and automation made simple for manufacturing. Manufacturing is no deception. As in any industry, being inefficient and not having the right controls is expensive and disrupts the daily operations. For example, increasing the efficiency just in 10% enables $2,000 in monthly sales. This number is for a micro enterprise and grows with the size of the company. On the other hand, having a client complain for finished goods means $5,000 at least in cost of repairs and logistics. That's why we come with a solution which is Automata Operations. It's a multi-platform software for real-time visualization and actionable information and data. This is to achieve production targets with high quality standards, using optimal resources, and thus having an homogeneous and frictionless operations. Different from competitors, where they offer very technical solutions with poor user experience and prohibitive costs, we are offering a human-centric, clean solution with affordable and simple pricing for small and medium businesses. The IT industry for the manufacturing sector is a $400 billion market, and it's a growing market. Only as reference, in Mexico, we estimate $2 billion market for average tickets with a solution. As a business model, at the core, we are a B2B software as a service company with a pricing based on the size of the organization. That's why we say that we can go starting from small, even small businesses. Also, for supporting and increasing the value, we're building key hardware components for small and medium businesses to catalyze effectively the digitalization process. We're also connecting consultants and project integrators with the end users at the manufacturing facilities. We are a very technical team. We have experience on Industry 4.0 projects in software development as well. And we're located at the north part of Mexico, the Monterrey city, which is an industrial capital for Mexico and thus a reference for Latin America. Regarding our impact, by providing these tools at a more reachable state, we're pushing digitalization as a means for achieving a more sustainable and resilient future, and specifically the supply chain for a more sustainable industry. This is related to goals number 9 and 12 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Objectives. We are at the pre-revenue stage. We have participated on some acceleration programs in our region, and we are now working closely with the first early adopters, looking for increasing this number of early adopters and execute our growth strategy to scale the business. For this, we're looking to rise up a seed round to support the technology development and the business growth as well. So thank you. Great to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is actually absolutely perfect timing. So thank you for making sure that the presentation is also very comprehensive. So I already have the first question. It's a bit repeated along different questions. Can you share a use case from, let's say, start to finish on how exactly you will help pick the industry that you want, but how exactly you will help?
Yes, one common requirement is efficiency. The customer needs to know in real time if they are using completely their installed capacity, right? Not everything is machines. You can also have manual assembly or packing stations. Both cases are equal. You need to visualize in real time if they are producing at the rhythm and at the efficiency and quality required. So that's a very common use case. And for this, we put our solution so the operator and supervisors can introduce data in the application, and you have digital right away. Of course, you can also put sensors for automating the acquisition of this data, like a number of production parts and that kind of stuff.
Very clear, I think. Then can you share a bit more about your go-to-market plans? So in terms of geography and also the industries that you want to start with.
Okay. Regarding geography, we still stick to this city and Mexico particularly. Of course, we want to scale with more countries, but let's say like for short term, that's the geography we're covering, and the kind of industry. It's not very precise, but typically it could be any manufacturing facility, typically for producing finished goods.
And what would be then, so also along the onboarding journey, what would be the average time required to deploy your solution and the average pricing as well?
Okay, the average time right now it's 1 month, but we are targeting to achieve, of course, a lower time because we are targeting a product that is flexible and configurable. The average tickets, I estimate something around $1,000, something like that. but depends on the number of the size of the company, which depends on the number of assets, production lines, machines, or assembly or packing station that you have. No, so you can we can digitize from small businesses, but it depends on the size of the company. But that's an average ticket. Yeah.
Clear. So would then you say that your solution is scalable in all manufacturing industries?
Yeah, one important aspect is that depending on the requirements, there could be hardware implied. We could need some hardware installation. So that's an important aspect. That's why we are also, besides this software as a service component that we have with the platform, we're also looking at creating hardware products, some specific key or core components on the hardware space to catalyze the digitalization. We need to have plug and play hardware, like to very easily start digitalization.
And then to take that all into account, how would your solution be different from the workflow automations that are now available on the market?
Regarding two aspects, one is the flexibility, which is a game changer, to be able to edit your organization very easily, like if it is a PowerPoint. And the second is the affordability, the price.
So now I think there are a couple of questions that are more personal, perhaps. So why did you decide to start this business, and why is it your team that is the one that needs to make it happen?
Okay, well, I decided to start this business because I come from this experience, from my career, to the industrial experience. I developed myself Industry 4.0 project, so I know the kind of problems that are attended, and these problems are repeated over and over again with the customers. Of course, regarding a previous question, industries are different kinds, but the problem are pretty much the same. So a product makes a lot of sense, right? And for myself, I want to have this kind of product, right? And instead of developing code and reinventing the wheel in that sense. So that's why I decided to do that. And with the team, we have some history, of course, with different members been participating externally and internally, of course, also ways in house. But so far, the team it's great. They are very talented on software development.
Fantastic. I think we have time for two short questions, but we do. Can I ask this one? I'll ask it. How do you measure the positive impacts to environment and society that come as a result from your solution?
Okay, well, so far for this stage, we don't have like a precise metrics or a precise way to measure. But let's say like the direction of providing a tool for optimizing resources and ensuring that business owners and managers are able to use better the resources, the materials, the energy of equipment, etc. It's in the direction of having a more sustainable supply chain. So it's not so far like a very precise way of measure, but we know that this is the direction, right?
Great.
Well, I would say that it's time for our signature question, because honestly, your answers were very comprehensive and gave a full overview. So now the last question left, of course, why start a bootcamp? What do you want to get out of the accelerator?
Yes, well, for the mentorship, top mentorship that I'm sure that we can get from here, and the international connections that we can have. Of course, there are also interest on knowing more about how to enter and operate on the European market at the strategy point that we are going to go there, right? And so that's excellent to have this kind of insights and fundamental base on this early stage, right, for our business.
Wow, sounds like a plan. So we wish you the best of luck in the next step, and thank you for pitching today.
Thank you.
Have a nice one.
Now we have two startups left to pitch, and the next one is coming all the way from USA. It's Web's Daddy. a very energetic team, and you will see why. It has to do with energy. So yeah, there we go. How are you today?
I am fine, thank you. How are you?
Doing great. Still energized. They told me this was going to be hard, but it's actually a lot easier than it seems because you guys give us so much energy. Now, your screen is shared. The team is going to put it up. Yes, you may begin. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. In the screen, you can see a long-distance wireless energy transfer device. It's tested a distance of about 1 meter by using 9-volt battery, 1 watt power at 1 meter distance. Efficiency is about 30%. This is non-magnetic field technology. On the second slide, we can see problem solving. We have problem with electric devices using cords in chargers and powering various electric devices by wires. Solution is eliminating cords in chargers and power devices without wires. Second problem is powering electric cars. Wires in car chargers, charging time, massive expensive batteries. Solution: charging, powering cars, reducing battery size and charging time without wires. Problem: sending radio signals, power loss, interception, impossible underwater telecommunications. This solution reducing dissipation, working under the water, and there is no interception. Uniqueness: non-magnetic field, a long distance, safe and eco-friendly, send both power and signal. Possible market usage: cities, robots, houses, charge station for all devices, vehicles, ships, drones. It's work under the water with much better performance. Also can be used in gadgets, devices, medicine. It can be used for charging and powering. Telecommunications, reduce energy used in telecommunications. Market research. The wireless power transmission market size was valued at 8.47 billion in 2023. And this device was presented at online and on-site summits, and it was recognized for its innovation and global impact. Market potential and IP. Conclusion that there is no similar product in the United States and international markets. Utility provision and application under 35 USC 111B submitted to USPTO. In the first year, we need to obtain patents, licensing, globally safety testing, and produce a first usable prototype and VIP. During the second year, we should start by producing and selling the first prototype and gain profit. During the third year, we plan to accelerate process and producing device selling volume. Possible increase in gross market worth about $1 billion. Revenue streams are direct sales, licensing, partnership services, and there is another business models. Investment, acceleration, and seed round. Target audience, B2C, B2G, B2B, military. No direct competitors. Magnetic resonance, laser energy transfer, inductive coupling, and infrared energy transfer are indirect competitors. What we are looking for: commercial investor and technology readiness with mentorship and professional help. This is call for serious investors, and more details can be disclosed under NDA. Team: I am single person team, Mr. Goran Blažić, professor and CEO of WebZD LLC. Contact details can be used from the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we're already full of questions here, but we encourage, of course, mentors. The faster you send your question, the more likely you are to get it answered. I'm going to start here. Oh, thank you, Franklin. I already see a new one here. What are the urgent usage needs for your solution? Why is your solution urgent?
Very urgent because today technology needs solutions that are mobile, that can be used everywhere without need for cords, without need necessary widgets, and also reduce waste because if we use less materials, use less batteries, we will reduce waste around the globe. And also it will be easier for us to charge our devices, to power up our devices, and we will less thinking about power in the future.
Fantastic. Next question. Any health risks or risks in general in the use of your solution?
from my knowledge, this is the best technology today, and with smallest risk in comparison with existing technologies. And of course, there should be done some studies, but from my opinion, it's very, very safe and no influence in human body.
I understand. Thank you very much. Now, how will you get the most value from the innovation or the patent?
We need to start with small steps. First step is first MVP that should be sold on the global market, and then there are many other opportunities. For example, roads with chargers, charging electric cars, and using in the under the water applications. There are many applications, and I can tell you that it can be used everywhere, literally.
If I may just follow
Oh,
up on
please,
this
go ahead.
question, then can you elaborate on your pricing strategy, given that there are so many different applications?
Pricing strategy is it's going in two directions. First direction is selling the first MVP. It will depend about cost of producing, but there are standard components, and it should be cheap. And second direction is selling and selling subscriptions and licensing to global players. And this also can be done fast in the second step.
If we're talking about the types of customers that you would start with your MVP?
Yes, we will start with B2C models, and we can go to B2B and of course B2G or in the fourth stage for military needs. So the first model will be something simple as charging station for mobile phones or charging station for some electronic devices that could be sold to global market without a special improvements or problems, I think.
Clear.
Fantastic. Talking about then customer feedback. Have you gathered any feedback from customers, industry? I mean, understanding where your solution is at the current moment, but what is the feedback you've gotten so far? What's the sentiment?
There is very good feedback and people like it, and I think that there is no problem for distribute these products.
Now, it takes a village to make the dream work. How are you planning to get co-founders and key team members to be a part of your team, considering there is, of course, a very long time, right, until everything gets to perfection?
Okay, together with startup, but startup.camp, I will try to find some reliable partners and potential cooperates, because there are so many people, I think, in this organization which can help us to scale this up and find reliable partners, and of course go to seed A or seed B to make much more progress in this.
Absolutely. And when it comes to people to work with you in your startup, key team players, team members, how do you want to attract more innovators to work together with you in your solution?
Of course, I personally know many people, and I have a great network of people, both on social networks and both on personal experience, and there is no problem for this.
Fantastic.
Well, I think that it is time for our last question, the signature question. You have already mentioned that, of course, you would be looking for connections, but what else are you looking for when you join Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? Why do you want to join it?
I need to establish teamwork, establish some kind of good ideas from you, and I need any kind of help that will speed up this process, because more people, more ideas, more knowledge, and of course, good organization is crucial for fast succeed, because as many people as working on this, it's better, and I expect from you to share some knowledge and experience related to scaling up the business.
Well, this is exactly what we do then, empowering innovators like yourself. Well, thank you very much and best of luck in your next stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, last but not least.
Definitely not least,
Definitely not least, because we, of course, already know what's coming. Just a reminder, of course, do not forget to cast all of your votes for deep tech and robotic startups today, because this is today when we look at all of them, and while we announce the selection on Friday, the feedback indeed will be reviewed already this evening, so please do not hesitate with this process. Now, want to travel to South Africa? Maybe we can even stay there for a bit. Very nice.
The weather is amazing.
Well, we are about to meet First Alert. Let's welcome them on stage.
Great stuff. Thank you, Startup Bootcamp. Hello, hosts, and hello, mentors.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Well, we're very excited to see you and very excited to hear you pitch. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Delamain, the co-founder of First Alert. We help people work together to make communities safer. We've created a crime-fighting tool, a cloud app that lets monitoring companies view clips of suspicious activity from CCTV cameras and help people work together to coordinate emergency response. People are shifting away from house alarms, beams, and patrols towards CCTV monitoring done by security companies. The CCTV monitoring and on-response ecosystem involves 4 key role players. CCTV cameras sending live feeds to control rooms. Control rooms monitor live feeds for suspicious behavior, and when detected, send screenshots to response teams and clients via WhatsApp. Responders then receive the alert and are dispatched to protect, and then clients pay for the security service and expect to receive reports. CCTV systems remain largely a closed circuit system, with control room operators manually monitoring video feeds, literally looking at all the screens up on the wall for suspicious activity. They rely on outdated processes and multiple third-party software, making control rooms inefficient, expensive, and a single point of failure. The problem, the ecosystem is fragmented, siloed, resulting in expensive and compromised safety and security. Cameras are difficult to set up and link to control rooms. Control rooms struggle with human error, internet bandwidth limits, expensive hardware. Response teams can't see the video streams. They don't know where the CCTV cameras are, and they aren't tracked, and they mostly rely on radio communication. Lastly, clients are left in the dark, relying on potentially biased alerts and response reports from control rooms. So what is our solution? We consolidate multiple software into one cloud platform where clients can find a monitoring company on their phone. Monitoring companies can reduce costs and increase efficiency and work from anywhere in the world with just a laptop or a phone. Or we also enable collaboration between stakeholders and enhance that process. Our uniqueness is that First Alert is a central hub where cameras are managed automatically in the cloud, eliminating the need for on-site technicians. Control rooms become optional as anyone can monitor alerts from anywhere using a laptop or a phone, focusing on triage. In fact, no need for an expensive monitoring company. In countries like Malawi and India, individuals are living on the poverty line use First Alert to monitor CCTV feeds as a source of income. They do so at a fraction of the cost charged by professional companies and with greater efficiency. And responders are fully equipped and clients stay informed. It's the only system we are aware of that does this, and we are approved by the major hardware manufacturers like Hikvision and Dahua, and work closely with their core developers in China. We simplify CCTV monitoring into a simple process. We have our own web-based app for on-the-go monitoring, and we use WhatsApp and Telegram. However, we need our own apps. We currently have 200,000 alerts a day. We charge €5 per camera per month, so we're a subscription model. In South Africa alone, the market is almost 2.75 million euros per month, and that's at a 99% gross margin. We are post-revenue, 2,000 cameras, 20,000 cameras are ready to join us. This translates into 100,000 euros per month. We have the customers, we know how to do it, we are growing quickly, we have the projections to take us where we need to go, We seek 300,000 euros. We have a zero burn rate, but we want to move faster. And we've got a full-time developer and myself on the team. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Very clear presentation, very much to the point. We already have questions. So I will start with the first one. Can you elaborate on the types of data that you collect and maybe a bit how exactly AI processes and learns from it?
Great stuff. We currently use the analytics that are currently on the CCTV cameras themselves. However, different cameras have different abilities, and there are still a lot of false alerts. So we use, in fact, a previous startup bootcamp company, I think Skylar, they can plug into our system. So we are the glue that puts everything together. So we can use the analytics on the camera, or we can put it through a secondary filter if need be.
And then a good follow-up question coming right after. So considering the challenges of low internet connectivity in some areas and the requirements set by internet providers, how would you simplify the functionality of First Alert?
Well, that's great, because we actually only use video clips. So in fact, we don't need to stream the camera 24/7. So in fact, we only use about 60 kilobytes for each video, very low res, because we only need to determine whether someone is suspicious or not. And we have our P2P servers in the cloud. And so we take one stream from the client and we can distribute it to 1 million people from our server.
Clear. And a very interesting question. How can you make sure that your system is addressing concerns of bias? So, for example, racial profiling, and accurately identifies the suspicious behavior?
That's the brilliance here. That's the brilliance here. You can actually nominate who your monitoring company or partner is. So you can nominate or choose a partner that aligns with your values, and everything is tracked on our platform. So yeah, we are only the glue, the communication platform. It's similar to say, how do we ensure WhatsApp is not biased?
Okay. I think now it's even more clear. And so you very briefly touched upon the team slide, but maybe you can elaborate a bit more. So what is the team composition? What are your maybe expectations in enlarging it? What kind of partners you're looking for?
Great. Well, Duncan is the full-time sole lead developer for First Alert. He's got a degree in computer science, 17 years experience. He's worked for a similar company, Keyphase, but works in the agriculture space. He's worked for a multinational subsidiary of Naspers, which owns Tencent. He's a full stack developer, developed the entire system himself, and a lot of software companies cannot believe that one developer developed this system. I am also the co-owner on the business side. I worked for global multinationals like AB InBev, Reckitt, and Cantok Consulting. I've launched the world's first and only ready-to-drink cognac and delivered it to townships in South Africa. Last year, I sold my majority stake to managing director of SAB Miller, previously AB InBev. I also co-own EcoCabin and on the board of directors of the largest water business and co-packer for Nestle Waters in South Africa. How we plan to grow the team, either an agency or developers to get on board. We know exactly what to do. We just need the investment, so we can go either way.
Perfect. Actually received a compliment on your great storytelling and energy. So good to note. Now, a question. What are your top 3 challenges? Because, of course, the financial bit is understanding, but beyond that.
Number one is scale. We run on a 50 euro server per month, and we can generate up to about 100,000 euro on just that server. It is mind blowing. We do all the DevOps ourselves. We don't use AWS, and that's partly because AWS would charge us astronomical fees. And that's what almost one of our secret sauce as well. So the number one thing is scale. So we need to get our microservice architecture going. Secondly, we need our own app because we run on WhatsApp and Telegram. No reputable company can run on that. We need to develop our own app. WhatsApp, we're at a risk of being banned by WhatsApp, and we're hitting rate limits on Telegram, doing 200,000 alerts per day. And then thirdly, we need to integrate our own artificial intelligence, a free option with the option to upgrade on the third parties like Skylar or Calypso, etc. Those are the 3 big things that we need to do.
So also for mentors, if you already have any advice on that, feel free to also drop it in the Q&A box.
Mentors, one last thing that I have to say. We have got customers lined up. I've got letters of intent. I've got voice notes that I can share with you. In fact, people are frustrated that they cannot onboard with us.
Oh, I love that. It's very important that you mention it. And now I'll give you a chance to also elaborate why Startup Bootcamp Accelerator? Why do you want to be a part of it?
Well, firstly, we're going to do it anyway. This is a business and we have to service our customers. So we're going to do it with or without. However, in any business, speed is important. And we've got our customers complaining to us every single day. They need more features. They cannot get enough of this. So we need to get it done quicker, and more software developers can do that. And for that, we need money.
Perfect. I love this answer. I'm sure the audience as well. And all we can say now is good luck on the next stage. And thank you very much for pitching today.
Thank you very much.
Wow, can you believe it that we are done so quick? This really flew. I feel like I just listened to a couple of pitches, honestly.
100%. And I'm so thankful, so grateful for you that have joined us today since the morning, since the afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It is people like you. It is mentors, investors, ecosystems, experts that make the dream come true. Now, I want to thank as well one more time the startups who have joined us today. You are so inspiring. You motivate us to all work harder, and I'm sure as well that you motivate our ecosystem to stay and to want to help you. Of course, we have to select a few startups. So from the startups you saw today, we're going to have a top 10, which is a job that is almost impossible, choosing between such inspiring founders. But you will hear more about it when?
On Friday at 5 p.m. Just go back to this live stream and you will see not only yesterday's 10 teams, today's, but also the ones from tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the final selection day for our food and agri-tech program.
Indeed. So tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we're going to, Central European Summer Time, 10 in the morning, we're going to start the third day of selection days, food and agri-tech. I saw the startups already. I am super excited. I think it's going to be very, very, very exciting as well for the people at home. So don't forget to join tomorrow at 10 in the morning for food and agri-tech. This was selection days for DeepTech and robotics. We are Startup Bootcamp.